We are now recording, so I will go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Greenfield Conservation Commission at 6:33 p.m. on April 26th, 2022. All commissioners are currently present. Just to note that this meeting is being held virtually, and if any technical interruption occurs and the meeting suddenly ends, we will not be resuming tonight, and all items will be automatically continued on the next scheduled meeting date. Also, as I just mentioned, this meeting is being recorded, and if anyone else is recording the meeting, you are required to let me know at this time or when you begin recording. Do not hear anyone speaking up at this time, so we will move to the first item on the agenda, which is approval of meeting minutes, April 12th, 2022. Do we have a motion?
A motion to approve minutes from April, sorry, what did you say?
April 12th.
12, sorry, 2022.
Yeah. Okay. Motion by Erica. Fletcher and Rachel are going to be abstaining probably since they weren't at that meeting. So I think I need a second from Kristen.
I'm just finishing up really quick.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the minutes? Right. Do not hear any further discussion on the minutes. So the motion was to accept the minutes, and we'll do a roll call vote. And I'll just go in order. I usually just use the order on our website. So Rachel?
Abstain.
Okay. Erica? Oh, can't hear you, Erica.
Turn off the mute again. Aye.
Okay. Kristen?
Aye.
Fletcher?
Abstaining.
And me, I am also an aye, so that motion passes and the minutes are accepted. Motion passes 3 votes to 2 abstaining. Okay, let me get back to my agenda. So next on the agenda is request for partial certificate of compliance 123 Verde Drive. And I see Chris Warner, I believe, is on the call.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if you don't mind, Chris, I've been digging into our files to try and figure out, figure this out a little bit on our end. So if you don't mind, if I just kind of walk through the history of that project as I understand it, and you can correct me afterwards if there's anything missing.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen here. So the original order of conditions, DEP file number 168233, this is from 2005, and this was essentially to build the subdivision, and it lists the plan here, Warner subdivision by DeWolf Engineering Associates. So I think in our in our last meeting, there was a little confusion where we were thinking that this covered, this project covered, you know, the building of the houses, but I'm pretty sure that order of conditions was just for building, you know, building the subdivision, so the roads and the driveways and utilities and things like that. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So then, since then, other houses on Verde Drive that have been built, such as 115 Verde Drive, for example, those have had NOIs filed and, you know, their own order of conditions for building the house because of riverfront area and wetlands near the properties. So 123 Verde Drive, there was not an NOI that was completed for this one, no order of conditions. So the certificate of compliance is for essentially the building, you know, the road and the driveway, and not the house. So the house is like a separate, that's like a separate thing, I think. And that's how I see it. So, and so I've actually, to fill in the other commissioners here, I've actually spoken with, I forget his name, Tom, our DEP circuit rider, about this, and his suggestion. Oh, here, let me find. There is a plan that we have for 123 Verde Drive that shows, you know, the driveway here and where riverfront area is. And so what I talked about with Tom was that it makes sense to issue this partial COC because, you know, no interests of, you know, Watershed Protection Act, no jurisdictional areas were impacted at all due to that. And then based on the site visit and, you know, photos at the site, it looks like there may have been some grading that went on into the riverfront area or some vegetation removal, but that would be a separate issue that would be potentially an enforcement order if we wanted to pursue that. So I actually have that. I asked Mitch to add that to our agenda, so we could talk about that. But I think that's separate from the certificate of compliance for the original order of conditions.
Okay.
Chris, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you got it all right there.
Okay. Any commissioner questions for me, what I've talked about with DEP or for Chris?
Well, I was wondering if there was an actual building plan for the house, because this seems to be mostly just for the septic system and the septic field and stuff.
That shows the house right on the plan there that he had.
Yeah, and I'll just add that again, the house, we never permitted the house, the building of the house. You know, I don't believe there was ever an RDA or an NOI or anything done for that. But the house wasn't part of the original order of conditions from 2005.
Correct.
If that makes sense, because other houses have had their own NOI to build due to wetland, being in a wetland buffer and riverfront area. So the building of the house would require its own NOI if we deemed that necessary, I guess, apart from the original order of conditions, which was for building the road and driveways and utilities or whatever.
Was there a subdivision plan originally filed back in 2005 associated with this order of conditions?
Yes.
The lots were identified?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have a copy of that. Let me find that. I got a lot of stuff from site plan. Got a lot of stuff from masslandrecords.com about this. Hold on. Is this the one? No. I got a lot of plans and things here, and I didn't really name them with what they are. That one's not. Hold on. Can't see what I'm doing here. Okay, so this one shows, this is like the north end of the subdivision with Verde Drive. And then if I scroll up, which seems a little backwards, this is the southern end. And I believe 123 Verde Drive is this lot 26.
Correct.
So that 2005 order of conditions was associated with this subdivision plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And basically the requirements, it had a lot of general conditions, and I could open that back up if you want to look at it. But the main thing was that, the work wasn't going to be in riverfront area, and they had to put pins in showing where the riverfront area is, and no vegetation removal. But I'm trying to find here are the special conditions. I had the general conditions, and then here are the special conditions. And one thing that we found out since the last meeting is that on number 6 there, no is checked, so that an engineer did not need to submit a letter in order to receive a certificate of compliance, which we missed that in our meeting last time. And we were just looking at the Wetlands Protection Act, which says that it does need to be submitted. And then there are a few more conditions down here. So then also there had to be a deed restriction saying that there'll be no worker cutting of vegetation within 200 feet of riverfront area. And then the last one is putting in pins for riverfront area.
And the deed restrictions were put in place?
Yes, the deed restrictions are in place. I can show you the deed.
Well,
The property was actually
I was just-
sold on 4/14. But yeah, that restriction is in there.
So we're just acknowledging that the first few conditions there weren't necessarily complied with because I guess my question is, was the commission maybe with different members notified of the house construction? Because it seemed like there was some jurisdictional area where the grading was happening, and that was part of the conditions, or like 1, 2, and just because then we wouldn't have necessarily notified siltation barriers. I don't know what the slope is like there, but
Yeah, so that is interesting because I looked back in our minutes and notes and things, and I didn't find anything for that, but there was a site visit done. Um, I have to, hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing because our files are a little unorganized on this subdivision, unfortunately, because there's so many different
A lot of files.
pieces and parts. But there was a site visit that was done, and there were pictures of a silt fence up.
Got it. Okay, so we were notified and there was some follow-up, and that was just my question as to whether it was sort of an accidental oversight and the construction took place but didn't necessarily alter the area. But it sounds like that's not the case. So my question's answered.
Okay. I'm trying to find those site visit photos, and now I don't know. Oh yeah, 4/9/2021. Here, let me share this. So these are site visit photos from April 9th, 2021. At least that's what the folder says. So yeah, well, let me scroll here. So there is a silt fence. I don't see the metal pins in this one, but I did see them in the more recent site visit photo. I think they were a little further out, maybe actually. Yeah. So anyway, there's the 4/9/2021 site visit, and then the 4/11/2022. Is that the most recent one? No, there was another one after that. Yeah, so here's the house now. This photo, you can see this metal pin here, which is the riverfront area. That's 200-foot riverfront area boundary. And yeah, these were from the first site visit that Mitch did from the road, essentially. Yeah. I somehow feel
Travis,
like this.
can you
Yeah.
just sorry, I need well, for this to be on the agenda, is the objective tonight, are we clarifying the procedure tonight? Or are we is issuing a partial certificate of compliance on the agenda? Like, is that the objective, to issue or deny a partial?
Yes. That is the issuing or denying is the is the goal of that being on the agenda. And there was some confusion in the last, so this was at our last meeting as well, and there was some confusion about what exactly, I was confused too about what exactly the original order of conditions was for, that this certificate of compliance is for, and yeah, so that's why I went into it a little bit more on the explanation side.
That the orders were expired.
Yeah, and the order of condition has expired, but yeah.
So what we need to do is look at the points that are listed in the original orders of conditions to verify whether the site is in compliance or not, in order to issue a partial order of conditions. And if the if there's vegetation that's cleared within the 200-foot riverfront boundary, then it's not in compliance with what the orders of condition states, the original orders of condition states.
Outside the 200 foot, yeah. Yeah, beyond the pins.
Exactly. And don't the photos show that there's vegetation that's been removed and there's cleared there's area that's been cleared beyond the 200-foot pins?
Maybe we could segue into the most recent site walk that occurred on Monday. Are there better photos, Travis, from Monday's site walk?
Yeah, I was trying to find where in the different, I had different folders open here.
There's more photos under the folder for this meeting.
Yeah, that's where I just found them. Thanks.
Okay.
So this is, Mitch, maybe you can, this is supposed to be showing a pin. It says pin location 3.
It's kind of small. It's just you can see some
Is it-
orange.
Is it that metal pin right there?
I can't see
You're
your
not
screen.
sharing right
Oh.
now, Travis,
Oh,
so you
whoops.
can see the
That
pictures.
that
That's
makes
good.
it a little harder to see what I'm seeing then, doesn't it? All right, how about now?
Yeah, there's some orange in the You zoom in there.
A little pin down there. So that's pin. So the condition was that there had to be 3 pins along the riverfront area. So that's one of the pins. And this is the second pin. And then this is the third pin.
And that's looking toward
This is the-
Margaret.
I believe this is looking towards the stream, away from the road. And the house would be on the right, I think, based on that other photo.
That's right.
And then there are a couple other photos too. I think this is that same pin.
Yeah, it is.
That last photo was the clearing in question. Looked like, what, 20-something feet of exposed earth there.
Yeah.
So what are our
So-
options given that?
Yeah. So when I originally talked to Tom at DEP, basically his recommendation was if there was work done after the expiration of an order of conditions and it did have impacts in a resource area like the riverfront area, then his suggestion was to reject the partial certificate of compliance request and then issue an enforcement order for doing work without a permit in a resource area. And then in that, you could either require an enforcement or not an enforcement, a restoration plan, file a new NOI, or just have some conditions in there, like, from now on, don't mow that area anymore. And then after that, then if the applicant submitted another request for certificate of compliance, grant the certificate of compliance after your enforcement order was fulfilled and reference the enforcement order in the certificate of compliance saying that it wasn't in compliance and it had to go through this enforcement order, but now it is in compliance. That was a suggestion, if we deemed it to be. So in my mind, if we're looking at this photo and we're saying that there was an impact to a resource area, then we either go that route or we say that the original order of conditions, you know, like I'm assuming this area that seems to have vegetation cleared wasn't done during the construction of the driveway, but probably during the house, which is kind of like a separate project. Like building the house is a separate from building the subdivision plan. And so we could also accept the request for certificate of compliance according to the original order of conditions for, you know, yes, there was clearing, but maybe it wasn't for the driveway and the road and, you know, utilities or whatever. But then also issue an enforcement order for building the house without a permit. And
Seems like
that would be separate from this. So
that seems slightly more convoluted, I guess. So unless there's something structurally wrong with us doing it the initial way with the 3 options of NOI, restoration, or conditions, then I would vote for the first way, as if it was all part of the same order of conditions.
yeah.
I have one question about that, Travis.
Mhm.
It sounded like the 3 options that the DEP suggested included submitting a new NOI, but I was under the impression that you can't have 2 open orders of conditions on the same property. And so is that the reason why you would want to issue a partial certificate of compliance? Like how if we deny this because there's been violations that occurred here that also conflict with the original order of conditions, then how can we require, like, how can we require another NOI leaving that previous permit open?
So my understanding is that you shouldn't have more than one NOI for the same for like the same work. And this would technically be 2 different. One NOI would be for putting in the subdivision and one NOI would be for putting in the house. I think that's what the 2 would be. Now, if we want to get into like specifics about what we might want in an enforcement order, one of the things I talked with Tom about was potentially just requiring from now on that, you know, reinforcing that the riverfront area not be, you know, no vegetation should be cut there as it says in the deed. So there should be no mowing, you know, don't cut down any trees. And then you could also require monitoring for invasives for 2 years, you know, during that process. That would be kind of like, well, Tom said that sounded reasonable. That sounded like a reasonable ask. If all that happened was, you know, some grassy area got disturbed, but it's up to us to decide what the extent of our ask would be, I guess.
We know exactly how many feet back from that pin to the tree line that cleared phase is. I heard somebody mention 20 feet, but did anybody measure that or kind of guesstimate that?
That was just conjecture on my part, as far as the 20-something feet goes. Could be.
Yeah, Mitch was the one doing the site visit.
I didn't measure, but yeah, it sounds reasonable.
And it looks like, I mean, I wasn't able to get to the site visit. I'm trying to find the other. So is this the middle pin? Hold on. So pin number 2 is like right on the edge of the wooded area, I guess. Is that accurate, Mitch?
Right.
Yes.
So it kind of goes back. It must go back at a pretty steep angle here, I would assume, based on looking at the property from the front. Let me go
Maybe
back.
before we start talking about restoration, we ask for like a square footage of what the actual enforcement area is from the applicant instead of, I don't know, eyeballing it from photos.
I think restoration was separate from the option that Travis was just talking about. I'm sort of saying that to clarify it for myself, but also because of what you said, Christian.
Yeah, so here's this photo again, like from the road, and you can see the pin here. And Mitch, is the other pin? It must be like back in the trees here somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere over there.
So it's really like cutting across at an angle. So there really isn't, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of area. It's not like the whole area with straw or whatever. But there obviously is. It looks like there is some.
So Travis, if I understand correctly, what the DEP was recommending is that we deny the certificate of compliance now. And if, as part of an enforcement order, we want to request a new NOI for the other work as well, that can be part of the enforcement order. At which case, when that NOI is submitted, then we would be issuing 2 certificate of compliances at the same time, essentially, or we could do, once this area was vegetated, it's in violation of the original order of conditions, then we would order 2 certificates of compliance. One that was for this original order of conditions and the other one for the resubmitted NOI and referencing the enforcement order that required them to submit that NOI. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. And that would be the other extreme end, you know, like requiring an NOI would be like the most we would do, and then like the least we would do would just be like, oh, here's an enforcement order that says, you know, you can't mow that area anymore, and you know, you shouldn't have done it. But
submitting an NOI after the fact is something that is, I mean, that is acceptable. That has happened. We have accepted NOIs after the fact for other construction that has been done like this without any permits or any kind of information submitted ahead of time.
yeah, and I do know that, I mean, yes, this was not permitted, that's for sure, but we did get, I don't know, oh, hold on. I don't know how all this worked initially, but this plan did come in last year. It was in our files. So at least our conservation agent at the time knew about it. But I don't remember. And I couldn't find it in any of our meeting agendas or minutes.
Can you, all right, I feel like we've talked about the 2 extremes, you know, the low end and the high end of what we could do here as a commission. The middle of the road option would be,
Well, I think the middle option would be the same as like the NOI, but you could have them do an RDA just so we could like decide whether it needed an NOI or not, you know. Or, you know, you could add, if you do an enforcement order, you could add more conditions, like actual plantings, or, you know, maybe like a restoration plan. You could do that without doing an NOI. You could just say that, oh, yes, this was done and it wasn't permitted, and it looks, you know, there was an area, riverfront area that was affected. So we're going to require you to do a restoration plan to restore the riverfront area. with a certain number of types of plantings or whatever, that we would have to approve, and then it would have to be done by a certain time.
I feel like there's been a lot of confusion on this parcel, and I don't know if requesting a new NOI filing would make it more streamlined for the applicant. It might be what's required, under certain conditions by the letter of the law. But in this particular case, I wonder if it would just be easier to just request point blank what we're looking for, and then just issue a COC after it's been restored. I mean, it's been sold. Somebody lives in this house now, right, Chris? Is the house
Yeah.
occupied? Yeah. So some kind of like marker so that the people who live there can't put a swing set or something back there in the future, just some sort of tree or something, so that they know that they can't encroach on that in perpetuity, as opposed to asking for more permitting, which has obviously been confusing in the past for the applicant. I don't know. That's my opinion.
And if I can just add, when I was talking to Tom, obviously it's up to us to decide, but Tom at DEP was, it seemed that he was not recommending the NOI, unless it was like a lot, like a significant impact to riverfront area. If it was anything more than like a minor impact, which is up to us to decide, I guess. But I mean, he was leaning more towards the like, reminding the current owners that they're not allowed cutting vegetation, as it says in the deed restriction from now on, and like that might be good enough. So
I don't know if this was the site that I attended a site visit for, where I was the only commissioner that showed up. But because there's multiples, but it was one of these parcels that was along Macquarie Brook and Verde Drive. And I met with Chris Warner, and there were partial pins and large piles of debris. And I was very clear that there was no construction that could be done without the submission of an NOI based on the plan that he showed me on site. So if this is the property, then I have to respectfully disagree, because if I met with the owner at the time, Chris, on site, and was very clear that the building was not covered under the order of conditions that was currently issued for that property, because it was only issued for the subdivision, and that an NOI needed to be submitted for the building, and then the building was constructed afterwards. And I don't think that is a confusion of the process. I think that's an evasion of the process. So in that case, I'm inclined to say that we should require an NOI after the fact to be submitted, because that's just a clear disregard for what information was presented to him at the time.
Yeah, and to clarify that, I believe that property was 131 Verde Drive.
Right.
Because there's a site visit that says RL.
Okay.
And that was July 2021.
Okay.
So I think that was a separate, and I believe that was one where there was an NOI. Oh, wait. I believe that was one where there was an NOI submission, and then it ended up not. It ended up, I think Chris said that he was going to change, because that one, it had the house. I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but that one had the house going into the riverfront area, and Chris
Right.
changed the plan so that everything was out of riverfront area, and so then did not pursue an NOI at that point.
That's the one I remember. But the other
Okay.
plan was reminding me of this plan, because the grading was in the riverfront area, just slightly in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was that project, I think.
Got it.
And there have been other houses on Verde Drive that have gotten NOI, have gotten orders of conditions from us for riverfront area and wetland buffer zone work.
So why was there no NOI submitted for this house? If there were NOIs that were submitted for houses that were built on those lots before this, it seems like the process should have been clear then.
That'd be a question for Chris.
What was that question for that? What was that?
Why there was no NOI submitted for the construction of the house? If there were NOIs submitted for the construction of houses that were built before this one.
The two before were into the 100-foot buffer. They were not into the 200-foot stream. That's why they had to be filed for those.
I think
It's
I
all
can clarify.
jurisdiction.
I think I can clarify that a little bit, what he means by that, which I don't think that's entirely accurate, but the two houses that did get orders of conditions from us were within the 100-foot buffer.
Stream buffer. Yeah.
No, I think it was wetland buffer. There were wetlands.
Right.
Um,
Correct.
so
They
I
were
mean, I
not
think,
200-foot stream.
yeah, but I guess the confusion here is that whether it's in the 200-foot stream riverfront area or the 100-foot buffer for wetlands, either way, it would require an NOI.
But if the clearing was a mistake, then I'm assuming they just were intending to not build anywhere in the 200-foot. Here, Rachel, it sounds like
There's grading on the plan within the 200-foot riverfront area. So the building was obviously consciously built with disturbance within the 200-foot riverfront area. Like the designs show grading within that area.
Yeah, I can find that again. Which is a little it definitely looks like that to me too. But it's also weird when you look at the site as it currently is. It doesn't look like there's grading where it looked like there was grading on the plan, but I'm not,
No,
100% sure.
I had moved the house to the right, I think 30 or 40 feet from the plan to stay out of that area.
Okay. So the plan, let me find this plan again.
Chris, was there an updated plan to show that move?
I don't think there was, no.
So it looks like it would have had to been moved a bit south and east, or sorry, I don't know what the
house
bearing
was
is here.
moved to the right. Yeah,
To the right.
the house was moved to the right on the plan, 30 or 40 feet at least.
East. Yeah, I think down on the plan would be east.
But it sounds like Chris
Yeah.
is talking about going north.
North.
Okay.
The house was moved north. Yeah.
And then let me go back to the site visit.
You can see it when you look at it on the picture. Yeah, there you go. The house was moved way over to the right to stay out of that area.
But Chris, we are kind of focused on the grading at this point. So how would you describe what the overshoot there was? That because the grading was still on the plan in the 200-foot, or because there was a mistake as far as the work goes?
I would say that was a mistake. There was a bunch of junk and debris that was back there that I took out with my tractor, and I showed Bichette when he came out that I removed it, and he saw it. Not there, there's a whole bunch of skids on the other side. Yeah.
And it looks like the 200-foot, Mitch or Chris, one of the two, do you think you could describe on this photo approximately where that 200-foot riverfront area pin was in the middle?
It's behind the deck. It's behind the deck a little more to the right. Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit more to the right.
Is that the one all the way in the corner? Because there's 3 pins, right?
No, there's another one over in the corner. There's 3 pins. One in the
okay,
middle, one
that's
on the
the
left
second
side,
one.
one on the right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the 200-foot riverfront that's behind the house, let me go back to that photo.
Right about on the edge of that deck behind it there. Yeah.
So that would be this pin. So
Yes.
it seems there could not have been grading into the riverfront area at that spot because there are trees there.
No.
So this is the pin that's behind the deck.
Do we have any plan that shows like on plan view where these pins are supposed to be? I don't see them on the construction plan. Like the location
They are
of
on
the
the
3 pins.
Maybe they are. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think the orders just said at least 3 pins per lot along the surveyed 200-foot riverfront area,
Right.
right?
Yeah, it just says there shall be a minimum of 3 pins per lot, 1 on each side and 1 in the middle of the property. There weren't any requirements to show it on a plan.
So I guess unless other commissioners have objections, I'd say we should discuss what we think the remediation should be. No?
Well, I don't think that the remediation is related to whether we issue a partial certificate of compliance right now or not. I think that's related to the enforcement order, which is a
Right, sorry,
different
yeah.
item agenda.
Yeah, I was assuming enforcement order, right?
And just one other thing about the enforcement order. If we do an enforcement order, it would be issued to the current owners and the relevant parties, which would be Chris Warner as the developer. So it would be issued to at least the current owners and Chris at the same time.
Chris, can you just remind us, you said that house was sold in 2014?
No, that was sold on the 14th of this month.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Gotcha.
I said that.
Big difference. Okay, thanks. Well, I'm not sure we can issue a certificate of compliance because the work was not done in compliance with the order of conditions, correct?
Sounds right. Is the enforcement order something that we would motion, or we talk about settling on that first, or?
Well, I have that as a separate agenda item, so
Oh, sorry about
I
that.
think first we would have to vote on the certificate of compliance. And then we would have to move to the enforcement order. Potential enforcement order, since none have been issued at this point.
I agree. I don't think the site is in compliance with what the original orders of conditions are. And because there was never any request for an order of condition before further violations occurred, you don't have any way of, it would have been different if there had been a request for a certificate of compliance before any construction had started, and that we were able to verify that the site at some point was in compliance with the order of conditions that had been issued. But since we have no way of verifying that, I don't see how we would be able to issue an order of condition or a certificate of compliance.
And if we reject the certificate of compliance, I think we need to be very specific about which conditions of the original order of conditions have not been met.
Mm-hmm.
Was it only the final one, which was number 11, that bit of clearing beyond the 200-foot riverfront marker?
Sorry, are you asking if the only clearing
If the
in the
only,
riverfront area was the one in
Yeah.
the picture?
the only non-compliance, I guess, if we were rejecting the COC request and we were specific in why, was it only non-compliance with that final condition? I think it was number 11.
No,
Or-
it's condition number 1, no work shall take place other than authorized by the Conservation Commission and shown on the referenced plans, which were only the subdivision plans, as described in the notice of intent and addenda. Any specific conditions which differ from the plan shall supersede the plan. So that's a violation right there, number 1, because there was work that took place on the site that was not in the reference plans that are associated with that order of conditions. Also, it says excavated and stockpiled materials should be located at the farthest possible distance from all resource areas to prevent erosion into wetland areas, which Chris just said that there was junk and debris behind the 200-foot riverfront area pin. And so if that needed to be cleared,
That is gone now.
and that
by the way.
resulted in the clearing, then clearly there was stockpiled materials or dumping that was within the resource area that was marked for this order of conditions.
That is removed, by the way. That's gone.
Does stockpiled, excavated and stockpiled material, does that, to me, that sounds like soil specifically. Is that how
agree
others
with
would
you.
read that?
I agree with you on that, Travis, but I also think that, there was dumping in the last meeting. We saw in that photo. I'm glad it's been removed. But I thought that was clear in that photo that we saw on our last meeting.
And then the deed restriction, which, requires that there's no work or cutting of vegetation within the 200-foot riverfront area. So I don't know. That seems like three orders of conditions that are out of compliance, at least.
think sorry, Rachel, were you just saying we would cite a violation of number 9? I'm sorry, not 9, 10.
Yeah.
I think that's just saying that
one.
they would issue the restriction, right? Which they did, or my.
There is a restriction in the deed.
And it states
Yes, you
that there
could
shall be
say
no
that.
work or cutting.
Yeah, it does state that.
So maybe not that one.
I mean, it doesn't mean it was followed, but it
But
does
that's not
state
what
that.
that's not
I
what
see what
10
you're
is
saying.
saying.
Because
though.
the deed restriction was filed, there's not a violation to number 10, but the deed restriction was violated. The terms of the deed
So we
restriction.
I suppose we could say if we were to reject the order, or the certificate, we could say because of numbers 1, 11, and whatever the other one was, and also due to the fact that it violated a deed restriction or something. I don't know if that's relevant or not.
Likely occurred
This-
before the
this
house
motion.
was sold. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that deed restriction, Chris, can you confirm this? I'm pretty sure that deed restriction was already there prior to the house being sold this month, right?
That was put on all the lots back in '05 with the paperwork that you see there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's on every one of the deeds. Every one of the deeds that has the 200-foot riverfront on their property.
Yeah, no, I found that when I was looking before the house was sold, last week or 2 weeks ago.
So,
But really, it only has to violate one condition in order to not. So I mean, we could, figure out exactly which ones we want to do, but
so you weren't saying be specific for the motion, just so we're all clear. That makes sense.
and then just a clarification going forward if the order of conditions, not order of conditions, if the certificate of compliance was denied, the applicant can, under like the Wetlands Protection Act, you can apply for it. You can apply and be rejected and apply and be rejected. Like there's no limit to applying necessarily, other than needing to meet those conditions. So it's not like it's a permanent mark or anything.
And
I guess. Sorry, go ahead, Trevor. Sorry, guys.
oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, like, if we're denying a certificate of compliance based on the fact that there was excavated and stockpiled material that has since been cleared, then that's then it's complicated to try and then, but for number one, if the certificate of compliance is denied because there was clearly work that took place that is not associated with the plans that were submitted with this, then the enforcement order and or an NOI can render that then in compliance, because then there would have been the work that had been done since this order of conditions was released would have then been in compliance, and then that would allow us to offer to approve a certificate of compliance for this and for this order of conditions. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like that's the violation that's reparable, most easily reparable, right? Like, that's the violation that's most easy to be like, okay, this is still in violation of that, and therefore, and we will provide a path to become into compliance with it. And then once that path is completed, then we have sort of the justification for being like, okay, now we can issue that certificate of compliance.
I agree with you 100%, Rachel, and I've seen that on other projects as well. I just want to make this the easiest for the applicant since it's sort of been a little bit complicated in the past. And I don't know, Chris, do you have anything to add on that point?
No, I had to go over it to remove the skids and stuff that were there. I didn't have a choice. But to grade it, no, it wasn't graded. You can come out and look at it.
I mean, I think that seems pretty clear though. Like if you're denying a request, but giving a clear list of what needs to happen in order for the request to be granted. That seems less confusing to me than closing out something that's not in compliance and then just going under the good faith that there'll be future, that an enforcement order is going to be sufficient in order to repair whatever, degradation has occurred there.
Does that process make sense to you, Chris?
What's that now?
I'll walk through it one more time, Rachel.
If we deny the certificate of compliance request for this permit, then we also provide you with a clear list of what needs to be done in order for that certificate of compliance request to be granted in the future.
I understand.
All right, I think I'm going to make a motion. I'll make a motion to reject the partial certificate of compliance for 123 Verde Drive.
We have to specify that that's because it's in violation of special condition number 1
Because
in the motion.
Because it violated special condition number 1 and 11.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion to reject the certificate of compliance by Fletcher, seconded by Kristen. Any further discussion from the commissioners? I'll just add that I'm pretty sure this has to be like a written. I was reading all about the process. It has to be a written. There has to be like a letter saying that it's rejected and why, and I think it has to be signed by a majority. I don't remember if that's right or not. If it has to be signed by a majority of commissioners. But we can figure out the details.
I want to digress, but what have we been doing about that during COVID? Are we using e-signatures or?
Yeah, it's like a vote authorization thing where I sign for you.
Yeah, we voted, I don't remember when that was, to give the agent the ability to sign things for us. that we voted on.
Gotcha.
All right, any further discussion on the certificate of compliance? Or on the motion? Okay, hearing none, I will do a roll call vote. Starting, so this is a motion to reject the certificate of compliance based on the fact that special condition 1 was violated. Rachel,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Kristen,
Aye, but also 11, correct?
oh yeah, sorry, 1 and 11. Kristen and Fletcher,
Aye.
and I am also an aye. So Mitch can put together that that explanation, I guess. And further on our agenda, we'll talk about 123 Verde Drive again, I guess. So Chris, if you want to hang out, we will be back. I'm trying to find my agenda here. I know we have a lot of other people waiting too, so I'm just going to go in order. Next on our agenda, we have Vernal Pool educational signage at Highland Park. And do we have someone here to talk about that?
Yes, I'm Edie Heineman from Greenfield, and I'm here with Pat Sarantino and Alex Harrow. And we are requesting permission from the commission to put an educational and beware sign, which will be explained further by Pat and Alex, at the Vernal Pool area, the lower Vernal Pool in Highland Park. And Greenfield is supporting this effort and going to pay for the signage. So if I could pass this along to Pat, do you want to explain why we feel we want to put signage there?
Hi, my name's Pat Sarantino, and I'm a wildlife ecologist, and I'm very familiar with the vernal pool at Highland Park and amphibian communities that are using it. And in the last year or so, Nancy Hazard and Edie Heineman of Greenfield and I discussed some of the issues that are associated with the pool. It's located in an area that gets a lot of disturbance from dogs. A lot of dogs, people walk their dogs in Highland Park, and they let them run around in the get into the pool a lot. And so the pool gets a lot of disturbance, and we were trying to figure out a way to protect, the amphibians and the other animals that use the pool, and also to educate people about the pool. So we came up with the idea of putting up a couple of signs at the pool that would educate people about it and why it's important. So my husband, Alex Harrow, designed a sign that we could use at the pool that would hopefully take care of those things.
I just have a quick question, which is if you've spoken with the recreation department about doing this, because the recreation department is actually they're the ones who manage Highland Park.
Yes, we're planning to talk to them also, but because it's, the vernal pool is a regulated wetland resource area that's under your jurisdiction also, we felt that you should be involved. And also technically we'd be putting the sign up in the buffer zone for this wetland. It also has a stream exiting it, so you could call it, potentially you could call it bordering vegetated wetlands. So we just wanted to cover all our bases on this one.
Mhm.
Sounds great. Do you
How
have
are you going to post?
Oh, sorry, someone was saying
All
something.
right, Fletcher, you want to go first?
I was just going to ask to see the sign if you guys have it handy.
Yes, we have the sign.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about the signage itself and the actual installation. My name is Alex Harrow. I'm also a biologist, but I work with fish. I work over at the Conti Lab in Turners Falls. I was also on the Greenfield Conservation Commission for about 8 years, chair for about 6. So it's another reason why we wanted to come to the Concom first, basically to clear that hurdle before we talk to the rec department. So the plan is for there to be 2 signs, one at each end of the vernal pool. There's actually 2 vernal pools there that are separated by a small constriction. The exact location is yet to be determined, but it will be basically facing the trail there that a lot of people walk past the pool with. And it will be a simple aluminum sign about 12 inches by 18 inches attached to a steel post that'll be either driven into the ground or set into the ground with a post hole digger and then backfilled with the existing soil. So there won't be any kind of concrete foundation or anything like that. So in terms of impacts to the wetland, it should be relatively minor. And as far as the sign is concerned, if I can share my screen, that's all right, Mr. Chair?
I think you should be able to.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen here. Bear with me for a minute.
The sign's going in the buffer zone, not the wetland, correct?
Correct. It will not be in the wetland proper. It'll be in the buffer. So there's a quick little PowerPoint that I pulled together. Again, the sign is 12 inches wide, 18 inches tall, aluminum sign. Basically just alerting people that it is a fragile wetland, and we would prefer them to keep their dogs or other pets out of the wetland. It doesn't have too many specifics in terms of what we're telling people to do or not to do, but I think they'll basically get the message, from a simple sign like this. We didn't want to put in too much information because it might actually encourage people to go down there and look what's in there, which is fine, except that anytime you walk down to the edge of the bank there, it does cause disturbance. There's not much way we can really control that. All right. Let's see. Stop sharing. So that's the basic plan. We don't really have much more detail than that in terms of the time frame. We're not in any great hurry to get this in. I think our objective, though, is to get it done before the fall, before the ground freezes, if possible, and hopefully a lot sooner than that. It won't take much time to fabricate the sign. It will take a day, half a day to put the signs in. So it could be done very quickly once we got approval. That's pretty much our presentation.
I like the sign. I was worried at first it was going to be really detailed and have, like blue spotted salamanders and rare species information, but that's very vague. I think it's great.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that there could be some more educational, effort put out there to educate people about Highland Park and all the resources there. But in this case, our primary goal is just to limit the disturbance to the pool, and not encourage people to go, looking for rare species in there, or snapping turtle or something that they think might be in there. So it is very fragile. As Pat said earlier, it is getting a lot of disturbance. We've been monitoring that pool for a couple of years now, and every time we're out there, somebody's brings a dog down to run around through the pool, and it's not good. It's not good for the critters that are in there.
I agree. I like it. I like that it's very visual. It's very understandably from a graphics perspective. You can see it and understand it from a distance. I like the black and white with just the red circle around the dog. I think you know, it's not a chain link fence, but I think it's a really effective graphic. So it seems like for a certain group of people, then it'll be effective.
So I think going forward here, with respect to next steps, what we would be requesting is maybe a letter from the commission, if they approve, saying that they approve, that we could present to the recreation department, so that they know that we've spoken to you and gotten the official go-ahead for it. And then we will probably seek an additional go-ahead from rec department before we do anything.
Yeah, so I was, I've been thinking like, this is a very, very minor activity. And I was just looking at the Wetlands Protection Act, and unfortunately, I don't see any category that it would fit in for like an exempt activity. But would we require, would an RDA for this? Or, it's like one post going in the ground. I don't think it's
Could qualify under non-disturbance.
Yeah, and we have people, maybe not in Greenfield, but in other towns, mark the 35-foot boundary or the 50-foot boundary with metal rebar or conservation restriction posts in the buffer zone, and this doesn't seem any different.
Yeah.
It's only one.
I just thought I'd mention it.
What did you say the post would be, Pat and Alex?
Probably a conventional steel signpost.
Nice.
You can buy them at Agway. They're very inexpensive. And yeah, nothing special. It'll last a long time.
Sounds good.
And the other thing we can do is when we're done is take photos of the two signs and send it to you. So at least you know what it looked like when it was up.
Yeah.
So that way, you don't have to feel like you gave us permission to do something and then we did something completely the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, did you send a digital copy of that or provide? I'm just wondering if we write a letter sort of in support of it, I think it would be appropriate to include like a small image of what it is that we're agreeing to have.
Yeah, I could
sort
do
of
that.
So.
I can do that, plus maybe a sketch of, the sign and maybe a couple potential locations, just so you got all the details. I assume I'll just send that to the agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good.
So we need to motion to authorize Mitch to write that letter of support on behalf of us.
Sure.
I'll motion to do that.
I'll second it.
All right. Motion by Rachel, seconded by Fletcher to authorize Mitch to write a letter. Any other further discussion on that? All right. Well, I guess
I'll just mention this made me check as to whether that pool is certified, and you probably all know it is, but it is, or at least it's marked that way on the GIS, Mass GIS data.
I think Pat certified it.
No, actually, it wasn't me. I think I helped the kids at Four Rivers certify it.
Oh, cool.
So they were actually the teacher and their students certifying it.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do my roll call vote on the motion here. Rachel?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Fletcher?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so that passes unanimously. And Mitch will, I guess send that along, send the image, and Mitch will write you a letter from us in support.
Very good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So next on our agenda is 193 Barton Road boring locations approval. guess I think this is either Nathan or Troy going to be presenting about this.
So I'm Troy and my brother's right there, Nate.
Okay. All right. Can you do you
I
have a
emailed earlier.
map or
Yeah, I emailed the map earlier. Do you guys have it, or should I send it to you again?
let me double check.
Yeah, it should be in the folder there.
Okay, yeah, I can share that. Let me share. So, oh, is this the one we're looking at?
Yes. So if
Okay.
you scroll down to the bottom.
Yeah.
This was the directional drilling project, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you guys are like boring under a stream, and then I think the last time we talked about this, you were going to put the slurry pile as far away from the resource area as possible, correct?
Yeah, we went right tight close to the house. That way we don't disturb the driveway either. We're gonna make use of the boring guy as much as we can. So everything will be up tight to the house as we can, and we'll pop up, right beside the road. There was a curb stop already for the water line, so we don't need to go under the road anymore. But it's right at the edge of the road for us, waiting there.
And Troy, I think on the phone you said that you didn't expect there to be much spoil on the roadside. Is that right?
Actually, yeah, pretty much none. Yeah, it's just once the pipe pops out, that's it. Hook a line to it, drag the pipe back in the hole again.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the majority would be just more towards the corner of the house?
Yes.
As far for the boring anyway.
Yes.
And so I believe this is one of the special conditions that we had to approve this, just for clarification. The applicant shall submit a map for the commission's approval showing the proposed location of the spoil from the water line boring. Special condition 3.
Right.
So
Sometimes the spoil can be quite soupy, and so I think that we had discussed that we were worried it might migrate into a resource area. So we wanted to just see where the spoil pile was going to be placed. It looks like it's as far away from the resource area as they can get.
and this is a picture, I believe, of where the boring from X to X.
Yes.
How long do you anticipate your contractors being out there completing this boring?
One day.
And any spoils would be removed?
I don't know, but not removed. No, they would be left on site. And it's only a 1 inch. It's either going to be a 3/4 inch or 1 inch water line going through it. So it's not going to be a huge, big pile. It's a small run.
So you'd maybe backfill a little bit, or maybe you don't even need to. You just kind of incorporate it into the surface, or
That's the plan. Yep.
Okay.
And we'll dig a hole for it. Make sure it doesn't head down the driveway.
That's what I was kind of getting at. So then that would be, we just don't want any fines migrating into resource areas. So if it was, even if it's just a very small pile, if it's very wet, are you going to have some kind of like erosion control barrier, maybe a straw wattle around it? Or am I overthinking this? I mean, maybe I'm not understanding the scale here.
I'm just told it's very small. It's a very small, small hole, and it's not going to be a big, massive pile of slurry. Like not like a big well, 600 feet deep. It's just a 150-foot run over. But ideally, it'll be dig a hole, any soupiness, contain it in that hole. Let it dry out if need be, and backfill it in and the driveway back again.
I will say, from the site visit, Kristen, if it did start to migrate, the silt fences are in a place that would block it, assuming it wasn't some like catastrophic weather event.
There's
It
a
looks like
wattle.
yeah, there's a wattle in front of
Okay.
the silt fence. We have photos. Maybe if we look at more of the site plan, the new map that was just sent to us with the piles, and then we can go to the site visit photos to for more detail.
Are you talking about
The first map that
this
was just
this plan?
Yep. Just because there's more piles to be looked at. So I just want, when we look at the pictures, I just want us to see, because there's the septic installation as well. So those dirt piles up top there will sort of be, we'll be looking at pictures of where that is in reference to the siltation barriers.
Sorry, I had can you say the diameter of what they're boring again? I missed that.
Well, the final pipe is going to be up to a 1-inch water line.
1-inch water
or-
line.
Yeah.
So they have to bore like 2 inches or something to like
About that,
raise it,
yeah.
or what's the margin of difference
I
there?
don't know exactly. No, I don't know those numbers.
I have to admit, I've never seen a 3/4 inch boring before. I've seen larger ones, but there is a surprising amount of spoil that comes out of that displacement. And if it's wet and you're going below the water table, so I imagine it's going to be wet, just good to be prepared, even if you don't need it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, if it starts to shoot down the driveway, we're not just going to continue doing it and have our driveway covered in the slurry. We're going to address it immediately.
Right, you don't want to have to worry about digging a ditch and getting rid of it after you started. That's all I'm saying. It's better to be prepared and to think it through. And
Fletcher, did you have site visit photos? I didn't see any in this.
Yeah, I put a link, but it looks like it was deleted. So if you go to the property folder, it should be in there. Which sort of off topic, but I was going to suggest that we, instead of making new folders for properties in our current meeting folder, that we put links to the existing folder so we can store all the files there.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, I found your photos.
So,
oh, hold on. I'm zooming too much.
There's a little text file in there just because it's confusing. We were all over the place, so they're not necessarily in order.
Okay.
There's a few key ones noted in that text file that might help us out.
Okay.
very nice snag.
Let me open this up first. Excavation. Oh, let me exit. There we go. Oh yeah, you got a lot of photos here. 6.5. So this is the one that said.
So we've kind of already seen this because
Yeah, I guess we
photo
did.
by the applicant.
Yeah. Here, I'll just go through, and then if we need to figure out what they are, we can figure out.
That's the cherry tree snag that we had talked about initially. That's some.
Is that knotweed? What is it?
Yeah, so there's this kind of weird patch of knotweed that's on the west. I think it's the west of the property. That's sort of just like, it's like a corridor that goes down to the water, the stream there. And I was just telling, I think it was Nathan, that it's sort of in a controllable area now, and that might be something they want to put some attention into, just because it'll very quickly take over that whole river or stream bank, and could push towards the house as well, and it's pretty intense. So
Then you have an all-you-can-eat buffet there. Japanese nightly.
Yeah. Substitute for rhubarb. So that you can kind of see where the culvert is roughly where the knotweed is. It's a little further up in the photo there, but it kind of moves up towards the trailer.
Okay. So this is like from the road.
More from the stream and like the siltation barrier.
Mm.
And that's just to kind of show that there's not a siltation barrier on that side of it, but it does slope up there. So. And that's the siltation barrier by the street in the south. Again, the spoil pile area.
Yeah.
Probably skip that one.
Yeah. So now we're just pulling back.
Yeah, we can keep moving through till we. So there's the eastern siltation barrier and shows some of the slope of that land in the back. So there's the septic site and the site where trees were removed and will be stumped. It's kind of the western siltation barrier, I think. Same thing, looking down to the east.
Oh yeah. This you're like standing where the septic is going to be, essentially.
Yes. So that would be right there is about where the pile, one of the larger piles was shown on the most recent drawing that we looked at. Just a close up of the barrier. I think that covers pretty much all the major.
Yeah, that was the last photo.
On a points of interest. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of cleanup. So going back to the boring and the spoil location. So I just did a quick volume calculation, and if they can do 150 feet with a 2-inch boring 2 inches, that's like just under 3.5 cubic feet of spoil. And if 6 inches is like the smallest diameter boring that they can do, that's 29 cubic feet of spoil, which is just over a yard of material. That's just doing like a raw volume calculation. But maybe that's helpful in terms of like envisioning the size of the pile. So like I guess if the boring is going to be like over 6 inches that they have to bore in order to get the water tube in, then you know that you should be expecting like more than a yard of material, and it could be really soupy, and that might be a significant amount of water to just watch and make sure that the erosion barriers, like definitely have somebody on site that can be there to just watch the water running off of that pile and be like, okay, the silt barriers are working, you know?
Yeah, or have an extra wattle on hand, or maybe just think about doing it on a dry day. Just global BMPs.
Yeah, we can definitely grab those extra wattles in the backyard. If something happens, drag them by and make sure it's contained.
I will say that the silt fence was well buried along with the wattle on top, so that's good.
Great.
Looks good though. I love the snag.
Yeah.
Yeah, the site looks
Well,
completely different.
so we need to approve well, the condition says they shall submit a map for the commission's approval showing the proposed location of spoil. So I guess we need to, do we need to vote to approve it, I guess?
A motion to approve the map that was submitted showing the proposed water line with the boring edge and the location for the spoil pile.
Second.
All right, motion by Rachel to accept the map, seconded by Erica. Any further discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, we can go to a roll call vote. Rachel?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Fletcher?
Aye.
And I am also an aye, so that is unanimous. So we approve your plan. We approve your map.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Good luck.
Yeah, keep us updated.
All right, will do.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
All right.
thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll be back really shortly.
Sure.
Me too. Sorry, 2 seconds.
Okay, let's have a 2-minute recess here. Actually, I haven't done a recess since I've been chair of the commission. Is that something that needs to be voted on, or do I just do that as chair and say,
I think I did it when I was there. Just be like, okay, 5-minute break.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't think it needs a motion for it. I think when there's like 150 person like or 300 person town meeting, maybe, but
mhm.
all right. I'll stretch my legs as well then.
Sorry, I'm back.
All right, we're waiting on Fletcher too.
I'm back too.
Okay, now we're waiting on Rachel too.
Hey.
All right, that was under 2 minutes. That was the fastest 2-minute recess ever. Okay, so the next topic on our agenda is discussion of potential enforcement order at 123 Verde Drive. So, I was trying to remember what yeah, so I previously shared the DEP enforcement manual for wetlands protection. That is on our Google Drive, and I also included a copy of the chapter from the MACC handbook on enforcement orders as well, which is under 123 Verde Drive for this meeting, if anyone wants to look at that. That just kind of goes into more detail. And I can show, we have a, just so people know, this is what the Wetlands Protection Act Form 9 enforcement order looks like. And this is where we would write what we're enforcing on, findings, yeah, we would check here that this activity has been / is being conducted in an area subject to protection or the buffer zone without approval of issuing authority, a valid order of conditions, or negative determination. Or the other option is, wait, what? Oh, this one is in violation. This one would be if something is being done in violation of a valid order of conditions. And this one is without approval, I believe. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I mean, I guess what we were saying is that it might be the second one then, in violation of. The only thing that makes me think the first one is, oh yeah, it says it expired on a certain date. I was thinking there wasn't a valid one, so it was without without approval. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's tricky because the order of conditions that expired didn't approve the work to begin with, but it also stated that there should be no work done in addition to what was submitted, which, so it is a violation. Yeah, I think the second one. If we check the second box, then this order and this enforcement order is linked to the original order of conditions. Which I think, to Kristen's point, also simplifies things. And if we don't require an additional NOI to be submitted, then it's very clear that everything that we ask for in this enforcement order is linked to that initial order of conditions, and the certificate of compliance can be issued as soon as everything that we ask for in this enforcement order is completed.
Yes, I think that makes sense.
I agree.
So I guess the main question is what is the remedy that we, so that these are the options that it has on here. We order the following: property owner shall immediately cease and desist. Seems like it's already done. Resource area alterations resulting from said activity shall be corrected and the resource area is returned to their original condition. A restoration plan shall be followed. Or complete the attached notice of intent. Notice of intent shall be filed with issuing authority on or before certain date. No further work shall be performed until a public hearing has been held and an order of conditions has been issued to regulate this work. Or the final option is we come up with certain conditions that we want to see done and list them there and say they need to be done by a certain date and we have to approve that. That would be less, less official than like requiring a restoration plan or a new NOI. We could list just certain actions we want them to take.
Personally think it would be nice to have a couple of trees along the riverfront area boundary so that the new property owner has something to demarcate where they can't cross. I don't know.
For the other properties, yeah, I agree. And for the other properties on Verde Drive, we specified that they put boulders where the pins are, like large landscape boulders that you can't like accidentally like mow over or cut down, or if they die, they don't die. Like,
take a long time for them to weather away.
Yeah,
Sound reasonable. I mean, my concern, like with any sort of deed enforced or, registered document that influences a property is like when a new owner comes in, do they actually see that or acknowledge it or really understand it? So yeah, I think some physical barrier is the way to go. And I'd support this last option as assuming we can lay those out to that extent. It seems like the simplest and most straightforward, but I could also see in the restoration section, maybe one of the last two boxes as well. But
Yeah, and I think my understanding is that the area that we were looking at just beyond that pin, I don't believe there were like any trees there
right.
or any like
So
I
maybe
think it was just like
restoration
a
isn't.
I think it was just like a grass because this whole area was like a sod farm, and I don't think that anything significant was cleared other than like grass probably or
Yeah, I looked on the aerial
brambles
photos
or
and
something.
it doesn't, it may have moved a little bit since 2005, which was the photos I was looking at, but it's not significant migration of the wood line by any means.
That is
Looks
something
like it
that
was probably grass.
I didn't understand that. I didn't know what the pre-construction conditions were, so I assumed there was tree clearing. So that's really important, I think, to note.
Yeah, so maybe
That's
restoration is not an appropriate sort of concept here.
And I think that was where talking with DEP, he was saying, like if you just do something that reinforces no vegetation being cut in which would be like putting in boulders or trees or whatever, so that like long term, it's not being messed with and like it's kind of hard to see from the photo. It kind of looks like machinery was just driving over the riverfront area and kind of ripped it up a little. Like I don't even know if any grading
I think
actually
that's what
happened
Chris
there.
was. Yeah, I think that's what Chris was saying. Is it just got matted down and
Yeah,
vegetation died and.
but that's still an alteration to the riverfront area.
Yep. Definitely. Exposed soil.
But it's not
Personally,
quite as extreme.
I'd be okay with not requiring an after the fact permit, personally. I don't know.
Yeah. Agreed.
Mm.
And another thing that we could do is specify, I know Chris has one other property that's going to be developed, and so we could specify that, other properties
Yeah.
should, I mean, I don't think we can require an NOI if there's no disturbance to the riverfront area, but we could,
That an RDA?
yeah, I mean, I mentioned an RDA and he's like, well, I don't think we could require an RDA either. Like an RDA is there like to protect the applicant for them to make sure they don't have to do an NOI. So
Right.
I was
Yeah.
curious about
we
how,
can suggest it.
I mean, so this 200-foot riverfront area was supposedly surveyed, but who did the delineation? So I wasn't on the commission way back in 2005 when this was reviewed, obviously, but I mean, do we know that the mean annual high water line 200 feet back is where I mean, so I think an RDA would be absolutely reasonable to determine and lock in the limits of the resource areas on any lot where there's new development.
I think that's one of my main concerns about this too, is like, I understand that the pins were put in 2005, and if we're working off of the orders of conditions from 2005, then there's reason to use these pins. But I think the precedent, and we've explained this to Chris before with the previous lots, and I reiterated it out on site when I was with him looking at the other site, that we can't accept a delineation that was done in 2005. And so I think that's a really valid point.
I mean, that was like, pre-ArcGIS,
Pre-Irene, pre-Hurricane Irene.
yeah, lots changed. And technically,
Yeah.
delineations are valid for 3 years. And, did somebody go out and measure this with a measuring tape, or was this done in ArcGIS? And I mean, is that 200 riverfront area really valid? So there's a lot of questions that I had about that, but that's for another lot, I think. For this lot, I don't know. Yeah.
Chris is on the line. I believe you mentioned at the last meeting that you got permission from the Conservation Commission that it didn't need to be like professionally surveyed, and you went out and measured it yourself. Is that what you said at the last meeting?
No. The lot next to it on the left, 131, was delineated. Ward Smith did it, and you have all that information. And 115, which was to the other side of this lot, was delineated by Ward Smith. And nothing had changed in those reports. But what
Yeah.
was your question about?
Sorry, my question was about like when you put the pins in.
No, I didn't put the pins in.
Okay, I was thinking at the last meeting
surveyor, Heritage Surveyor put the pins in back in 05.
for the 200.
All I did was just make sure that there was a stake there so that when he came out, he could see it. That's all. Yeah. I put a stake there.
That clarifies from from the last meeting. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I did see those delineations from Ward Smith on the other properties.
Yeah.
So I could bring those up if anyone wants to see them, but I don't know if they show this property at all.
It's good that at least we know that was surveyed by an accredited survey company, and it was delineated by an accredited wetland scientist. So those are 2 questions that are answered, even though it is still really old. That's important.
It was delineated by Ward Smith, and then I had the surveyor come out and put all the stakes in that he uses. Yeah, he put all the pins in. So the other one on the other lot. Yeah.
And just to clarify, the riverfront area was surveyed in 2005, but those other properties, 115 Verde, 115 was in 2018, I think.
19 maybe, wasn't it? 18 or 19?
Something like that.
They were going off the old wetland data, the old delineation. So they were just using that same buffer zone.
No, I think
Ward Smith.
Sorry, Chris, did you say Ward Smith came out and refreshed the wetland line, the mean annual high water stream line? Okay.
Yeah, so we knew where everything was. He flagged it and marked it. Yeah. And he also did the 100-foot on 131.
Okay, that's good.
Because Jamie came out and looked at that one. Yeah.
Here's I just found this from, it brings up pictures of you guys right in the middle of my screen and I can't even see it anymore.
We can see it.
Yeah, so this is not this property. This is 131.
Which
this
is
from
southerly
2021.
Yeah, that's 131, the one next door.
But this isn't what I was looking for actually. But anyway, yeah. I know I saw something with Ward's name on it when I was looking through this before.
So Ward did he refreshed flagging in 2019. Is that right, Chris?
He did 115 in 2019 and 99, and then just this past year in order to build on 131, I had him come out and do 131. Yeah.
So the delineation data that was submitted for 131 is still valid.
Yes.
Well, I will say that I just found this. This is for 131. This is from DEP's review. They do say the plan submitted to the reviewer as revised March 23rd, 2021, mostly hand-drawn plan shows a 200-foot riverfront buffer. Riverfront area does not have a buffer zone. The entirety of riverfront is resource area. The commission should confirm that the riverfront boundaries have not changed. This NOI must stand on its own and not rely on previous filings for identifying resource area boundaries. That's
when I had Ward.
Okay, so then you had Wardia after that. Okay. I have to say that our files, well, I don't think that one's it. I've found files for Verde Drive properties in different folders on our Google Drive for the same property. So it's a little,
Ooh.
yeah, it's been a little difficult refinding things that I know I saw before because sometimes they're in different folders.
So Chris, can you just remind me, the last lot that you still have to develop is, what are we calling that lot?
131.
131. Okay, and that's the one that you just had the survey data and the wetland data refreshed in 2019?
No, that's the one that was just done this past year.
Okay. So if you did an RDA, we would have up-to-date information and would be able to tell whether the footprint was outside of jurisdictional resource areas, including riverfront area. Correct?
Yes. They were done on both sides of this lot here, and then nothing had moved.
And then that RDA, whatever determination you would issue, would be attached to the deed. So it would be sold with the house. So I think that would be good.
And just to clarify about enforcement orders, DEP does not recommend that enforcement orders be registered in the
Recorded?
registry of deeds. Recorded? Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Recorded. Because there's no like certificate of compliance after the fact, so it would just like permanently be there. It would never get removed. So DEP does not recommend recording enforcement orders.
Why would we have to know? Why would we issue it to the homeowner if they didn't have anything to do with it? I'm confused by that.
I think because, I mean, technically it's their property, and yeah, I think it would just get hairy if you're telling someone they have to do something on someone else's private property.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, there was an open order of conditions and that was on the deed. So they should have known about that. Their real estate attorney should have found that and told them about it. So, and I actually asked, when I found out the property had been sold, I actually asked Mitch to send them a letter telling them about this meeting tonight and that we would be discussing their property. But this was like Thursday or Friday last week, so I don't know if they actually got it.
Okay.
So I just letting them know that we were going to be talking about the certificate of compliance. Um, and I, in the registry of deeds, it had their address when they bought 123 Verde Drive. So I asked Mitch to send a letter to 123 Verde Drive and that address. Because who knows where they're living? I don't know.
Okay, so first we need to decide whether or not and what to say in an enforcement order. And whether or not to issue an enforcement order.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the first thing. And the recommendation from DEP was to set clear deadlines for things and not have the deadlines be too far out so that they just get forgotten about. Have them like reasonable deadlines, but not, not like 2 years from now or whatever.
Seems like if we're talking about plantings, then like fall would be the latest we would want that to happen, maybe, or
Well, yeah.
Seems like
reasonable
boulders
deadlines.
might be.
Go ahead, Erica.
I was just gonna say, I mean, seems like boulders might be easier because then we don't have to worry about whether the plantings, following whether the plantings live and the growing season and stuff. It might be faster.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if we should give the option of one or the other.
so that's what I was thinking. Although,
Because especially since the property owners aren't even here and it's like going to be their property that they're going to have to live with, and they're not even here to like talk about it.
It's
say,
already
like-
full of trees.
Yeah, well, there's that one corner. There's the one corner
Just that
where,
corner, yes. That one there, I can put a boulder there if you want. Right behind the pin.
One boulder isn't really gonna demarcate a line. I think I was just looking back and I think 99 Verde Drive in the folder. Is that the property, Chris, where the woodland edge is like really close to the back of the deck? Like it kind of like runs like parallel to the back of the house.
Correct. But no, it's not close to the deck. It's back, I don't know, must be 25, 30 feet anyway. At least 30 feet behind the house.
Anyway, in the perpetual conditions for the NOI that was submitted for 99 Verde Drive, we listed that the riverfront area, the buffer zone needed to be demarcated with boulders or monuments provided by the homeowners in perpetuity to prevent mowing behind there. So it's just a precedent.
you know, if it listed like a certain number or how far apart they had to be.
It didn't.
They were put by the pins. They were put where the pins were.
yeah, I mean,
So
I think
there's only 3?
On the other one, I think there was 1 or 2 of them we put in. I'm trying to remember. The ones that were in the woods, we didn't do nothing with them. You know what I mean? The ones that were in the open, we put a boulder there. Yeah, we put a boulder there.
And if we don't specify how many there need to be, it's hard to.
We could just request a plan to be presented by the applicant slash homeowner and then approve and deny it. We don't have to actually say what it needs to include today, right? I mean, we could if we have ideas about it, but we could just have them come up with it and we can discuss it and then make them, have like a month or two to present that ADR, right? I mean,
I think that's a good idea, but I think we should just emphasize that we're interested in permanence, because it's again future owners, wanting to expand their lawn mow around a single boulder and then all of a sudden they're pushing back into this resource area.
Right, or turn the boulder into like their rock garden, you know, I don't know.
I guess that's one problem with trees too, is like the
Yeah.
trees could die or they could get cut down. Or...
Yeah.
And plus, we want to have, if, I mean, this homeowner may want to incorporate some sort of aesthetic into their yard. They may not want boulders. Maybe they're really into shade trees. I don't know. Maybe they get a vote.
I like that idea, but I think like being specific in terms of what the intention is,
Yeah.
and then requesting a plan that gives them some flexibility in terms of their aesthetics. I think saying like a permanent, you know, marker for the 200-foot riverfront line that, you know, that is clearly understood as not having, you know, vegetation removed beyond that, right? Basically that it's something that's clearly understood, and then, you know, maybe it's a split rail wooden fence, maybe it's a bunch of boulders, maybe that's something like, but I think that we have to give them enough direction, like that what our intention is clear. So a permanent line that is not, you know, that is not where it's not easily able to be mowed, or vegetation is easily able to be removed beyond that line, and then let them come up with the what the specifics of that are.
I guess we could list your examples too, like for example, a fence or boulders, or you know, just so they have an idea in their head.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe bluebird houses. I don't know. But yeah, that would, I don't even know if they face the right aspect, but you know, and then give them a hard stop deadline on when to present that to the commission, and then maybe a hard stop deadline on when to have it implemented by or something. I don't know. Does that make sense? Is that something we would do?
Yep. So that was section D, is that right, Travis, or C?
I'd have to find that again. I'm not looking at it right now. On the enforcement order.
Yeah.
So section C is what we're ordering them to do, and then we get to pick which one we want.
I see.
So I think that would be the very last one. The property owner shall take
Right.
the following action to prevent further violations of the act. Because if we have them put in barriers to prevent further violations, and then also reiterate the deed restriction of no vegetation removal.
Makes sense.
Because it's not exactly a restoration plan, because if we're asking for markers, that's not really restoring anything.
And so what do we think for a deadline for presenting their plan to the commission? Like a couple months, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I would put it
June, but then, yeah, that might be a little tight for implementation before fall. I don't know.
Are
Maybe
they
the
actually
24th
living
of
there
May?
right now?
They moved in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they moved in.
So they're there. So they're there. So they know they'll know what we're talking about.
And I guess I would just say, I think it makes sense not to have the deadline too close, because this is going to be like the first they've heard about this,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, so what about, you know, the end of June? I guess, is that the 31st or?
We should see what our meeting date would be.
We actually, we meet the 14th and the 28th of June. I feel like the 14th is pretty far away, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that would give them time.
I could see it either way. I guess I'd probably vote for the 28th, but.
I guess it depends on what they decide they want to do.
I mean, we could say on or before, so they could come next meeting if they wanted to.
Right.
Of course. I wonder if it would, I think like the two other things that occur to me that would be, it could be good to request in addition to a plan that shows like a permanent marking along the 200-foot riverfront area, would be like a plan showing the actual location of the house in reference to the 200-foot riverfront area. And then the invasive species monitoring, I guess, is something of a concern just because the area was newly disturbed, and that's like exactly the types of conditions that would lend themselves to invasive species. But I don't know if Mitch or anybody who's out on site was able to determine like what the risk of that is, like based on what the vegetation is that's out there.
I was thinking the same thing, Rachel. I didn't want to overcomplicate this and I didn't go to the site walk, but I was curious what the surrounding vegetation looked like in the riverfront area that was undisturbed. If there are invasives nearby, they're going to swoop right in that newly disturbed area. So I don't know, Mitchell, if you happen to notice if there were any invasives around there, if that's something that you're concerned about, or should we?
I didn't notice. I didn't go too far in. There were good eye for invasives, but I wasn't looking for them.
You do have some pictures of like where the pins are that kind of show the edge of the forested riverfront area.
Yeah, no buckthorn or multiflora rose or euonymus or anything, so that's good.
And then in this, it's kind of hard to. It looks like there's some kind of brambles or something back there, but I don't know what that is.
I mean,
Yes,
bittersweet
raspberry,
multiflora
blackberry.
are the worst. Oh, I can't tell.
I don't know.
Tough to tell if there's vines. Looks like maybe on that tree on the right there's a vine. But
That's what made me think maybe it was bittersweet for a second, but I can't tell. I mean, the other thing, it would be nice to know the actual square footage of this area, but if I don't know how much of a big deal that is. If this was a sod farm before and no actual trees were cut down, I'm not sure if that's really worth going into detail about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it would. I'm not sure it would matter. Like, whether we find out what the area is or not. I don't know if that's going to change what, because it's obviously not a huge area.
What would be the best way of incorporating some kind of monitoring to make sure that that area was revegetating in a way that
maybe a site visit by us.
wasn't? Hmm?
A site visit by us, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, again, when I talked to Tom, he did say that you could include a condition that requires monitoring and removal of invasive species for like up to 2 years, for example. But he said, that is going to put a lot more of a burden on the homeowner because they're probably going to have to hire somebody to do it because most people aren't going to be able to do that themselves. So that's kind of a trade-off there because you're.
So, but the applicant didn't. So I guess I only just figured this out about half an hour ago, but the applicant didn't actually clear cut that piece of riverfront beyond that stake. That was already cleared before. Am I understanding that correctly, or did he clear cut that?
That's my understanding, is that
it was already clear.
Yes.
Okay, so then we shouldn't really hold him to invasive species monitoring if it was cleared before, correct?
Well, I mean, I think it was it didn't have trees, but I think it probably had like grass and stuff. So it had some kind of ground covering, whereas now it's just like dirt. But Chris, were these, there's like straw or something on the ground. Was this like reseeded with grass seed? Do you
Yes, yes, I seeded it and covered it with hay. Yes,
So probably with like a winter rye or Scott's seed mix or something like that.
yes.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of a bummer because I was just about to say like we could specify that they use, like a meadow mix, right? Or like a site restoration mix. And then that makes it more obviously not lawn. So if there's just been lawn seeded there, that makes it even more difficult for new homeowners to follow the deed
I could
restriction
go over
of
that
not
and put a
mowing that area.
conservation. Yeah.
Sorry, Chris, could you?
Sorry.
I could put a conservation mix over that corner. The grass isn't quite coming up yet.
That would be in compliance with what it says on the deed.
So are we just asking for the applicant to prepare a restoration / demarcation plan and then present that by a certain date? Or are we going to specify a restoration plan like with a seed mix plus ask for a restoration plan up to the homeowner / applicant?
Well, we can request that they seed that there's a conservation mix or meadow mix seeded and a plan put. I mean, we can request. Isn't that last section like we can make whatever specific requests that we want? We don't have.
We're approving the final thing anyway, so we can sort of offer our suggestions and be clear about the final objectives, and then that they would meet it however they meet it.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, I don't know, I just had this thought of like setting a date for a plan and then setting a date for its implementation, and how like that could be problematic if we keep like revising the plan. I mean, I don't imagine it would get revised like 10 times and they came back to us, but I don't know. You'd have to set it far enough out that maybe it gets revised 1 or 2 times before we approve it.
What if there is a plan presented by the end of June and then that needed to be then implemented by like September or something, or the end of September?
Or we could set like within 2 months of approval of the plan, or it could be
During the growing
depending on
season.
when the plan is. Yeah.
Sounds like a
And
plan.
the sooner you get the plan in,
Yeah.
the sooner you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
So do we motion for an enforcement order and then just get the specifics sort of nailed down for Mitch, or?
I think so. That sounds right to me. I think I was looking back at enforcement orders, and the last one I remember doing is the one at the old Wedgwood Gardens. Just trying to find.
Isn't there a list? There's a list of enforcement orders on our agenda at the bottom.
Yeah.
If you're looking for like examples.
I was looking for the MACC thing because it says the enforcement order should be issued in the following way, and then it has bullet points. So I thought that might be relevant to what we were just talking about. So it should be addressed to and served upon any and all persons who may be responsible for the violations or in a position to do something about them, such as landowner, developer, contractor, subcontractors. Form 9A suggests the landowner and developer should be given the enforcement order. There is no harm in naming all persons and companies who cause or allow the violation. It should be issued by the commission, Mass DEP, or environmental police. If issued by the commission, it should be signed by a majority of the commission, or an agent can do it if it's an emergency and then ratified. Order can be hand delivered or mailed by certified mail. For the best results, both methods should be considered. Copies of the enforcement order should be sent to Mass DEP, Town City Council, Select Board or Mayor, Town City Manager, Planning Board, Board of Appeals, Board of Health, Building Inspector, and if appropriate, the local newspaper. A copy should not be sent to the bank holding the mortgage or a broker, since this could lead to a lawsuit. Should not be recorded in Registry of Deeds, as the Wetlands Protection Act does not authorize commissions to do so, and it may create title problems. So there's some specifics on enforcement orders, just to... But yeah, I think if we motion and then we can, in our discussion, I guess, like list the conditions that we want. Or this is what I have right now. A plan for permanent markers showing the 200-foot riverfront area that we need to approve. And then we could say, like, for example, fence, boulders, trees, etc. Specify that no vegetation should be what was the word that it used in the deed? No vegetation should be removed in the 200-foot riverfront area as specified in the deed restriction. And then I guess we can decide if we want invasive. And then like I guess I don't know in the plan, are we specifying a plan for the markers and a plan for, I guess conservation mix could be not a plan necessarily. That was the other thing. And then invasive monitoring, possibly. That's what I had written down.
Yeah.
So, sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
No, go ahead, Kristen.
I was just going to ask, are we looking for a motion to issue an enforcement order on 123 Verde Drive at this point?
I think so.
I make a motion to issue an enforcement order on 123 Verde Drive for the conditions we're about to discuss.
Second that.
Second.
Okay. Fletcher beat you to it. Motion by Kristen, seconded by Fletcher to issue an enforcement order, 123 Verde Drive. And then what conditions? So going back again, this would be in the last box under C, section C. Property owner shall take the following action to prevent further violations of the act. And that's where we're going to put conditions.
So present the commission with a plan to ensure, I don't know how to word that, but
yeah.
I think you did a good job the way that you said it before, Travis, just like, beyond which no vegetation shall be removed, as like the clause that goes after, the description of the permanent demarcation of the 200-foot riverfront. I think a conservation mix should be seated there. I think it's really confusing to have lawn in a place where they're not supposed to mow. So I think seating a conservation mix makes sense to include as an action that should be part of the plan.
So maybe conservation makes seated in disturbed area of riverfront, disturbed part
The
of
200
riverfront area. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I still think an updated plan showing where the actual location of the house is on the lot would be a really helpful thing for us to have. Just in terms of like, you know, future violations and the fact that like it's not necessarily the fact that this tiny bit of area like behind the 200-foot riverfront area was disturbed that's the problem. It's that there's an entire house built and a foundation dug, and like when you dig a foundation you don't dig where the house footprint is, you dig 5-10 feet larger than the foundation so you can build the foundation and then you backfill. So we have no idea that whole construction process happened without anybody being aware of it, without any erosion control inspection. Like that's the violation that I'm most concerned about, is all of that site work having been done on site without any paperwork, without any notification, and without any oversight. So I feel like having a plan that actually shows like where the house ended up being built on the property, if Chris is saying that it wasn't built where the plan is that we have, then it'd be nice to know where it was built. But
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I'll add is that there was some notice, because I don't even remember who our agent was 1 year ago, but whoever it was apparently went and took pictures of the erosion control on site in April last year. And we got the plan, even though it wasn't necessarily built to plan, I guess.
And so what are the plans for this final lot? There's no permit application in for this final lot, right? At this time?
Oh, for the next one to be completed?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so. Chris, you haven't submitted an NOI or an RDA for the remaining lot, have you?
For 131,
Yes.
the house is already built on it. The house is already up.
Okay, I thought you said there was one more that still needed to be built.
That was it. I've been working on it. That was all okay by you guys. You've got the delineation and everything on that property. I stayed out of the area.
is there any record of that? What do you mean that we approved the delineation of it?
I filed all the delineation with you for 131. He pulled it up on record.
Yeah, so 131 was the site that he started an NOI for, but then
And then I moved the house back forward out of the area. Yep.
And I was
That
really
other-
clear when I went out on site that didn't mean that you didn't have to submit the house plans, that it meant that you needed to submit the revised plans to us so that we could see where the house was being relocated to in order to determine whether it was necessary for you to submit an NOI or not.
And I did. I
Did
resubmitted
you
the plan with
submit
the
the
house out of the
revised
area.
plans?
And it was okay by the building department. Somebody from the conservation signed it off.
let me see
It
if
was
I can
signed off.
find it. There are a lot of files in here that just have names on them that don't say.
I will say just globally, I've seen a lot of issues where applicants get signed off from something in the building department, but that's not the same as the Conservation Commission. And sometimes the building department doesn't talk to the Conservation Commission. So it can be confusing for applicants if that's the case. And I'm not saying that that is, but I have seen that in the past.
I don't see in this folder an updated plan.
Yeah, I remember he submitted a notice of intent and then it was rescinded,
Correct.
but then
I took the house completely out of the resource area. I can't get a building permit until the conservation signs off on that. They won't even look at it and review it.
Do you have proof of what was signed? Because I don't believe that we ever signed off on anything. If you actively rescinded an NOI, then it would not have been signed off by any of us. What was signed? If you rescinded your application, what was signed?
They signed off that it was out of the resource area and it was fine.
That's not, we didn't sign anything that said it was outside of the resource area.
Well, I
What
couldn't
did
get a
we
building
sign?
permit, just like 123. I'm not going to stand here and argue with you, but you know, the conservation, you better check with the building department. I cannot get a building permit until the conservation signs off on it.
I think
It's a set of plans.
I think
So
that perhaps we should stick to 123 for the moment, and then
Agreed.
if there is any enforcement to be done on a different site, we could look into that and follow up on that at another time.
Agreed.
I think we can take this site on its own for now. Finish this enforcement order before we get too far down a rabbit hole. Okay, Mitch, have you been writing down these conditions that we've been talking about?
Yeah, I'm taking notes.
Okay, I assumed you were, and you'll have the recording.
Yep.
Okay, so I think the one thing that we just haven't decided was whether we were, well, two things, a date that we want things by, and are we going to require invasive monitoring, or are we going to say that if this conservation mix goes down, that's good enough? Does anyone have any opinions on that?
I think maybe that's good. I think asking the new owner to have to deal with invasives when they didn't know this was going to be a problem when they bought the house. They didn't know there was anything, that was going to be coming up.
I agree. I'm concerned about it. I don't know.
I agree on the invasive species plan. I still think that that a conservation mix and permanent barrier beyond which there's no mowing or vegetation removal is fine for the plan. I still think that requiring a site plan that shows the as-built site location of the house would be appropriate to ask for.
Yeah.
Agree.
Is everyone on board with that one? I think that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, so then the date for submitting a plan, we said either June 14th or 28th.
I would say 28th, again, just due to the new nature of this to the homeowner.
I'm good with
Maybe
28th.
encourage them to get it done as soon as they can.
28th or sooner.
Yeah, on or before June
On or
28th.
before.
And see, I think we could say like to have the area seeded with a conservation mix and submit the plan by that date, right?
Yeah.
Because we want that done sooner than June 28th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then maybe the end of September for the implementation, our last meeting in September. Do we want to go October?
I'd say growing season, personally. Growing
Well,
season
yeah,
2022, but
I guess
I mean,
the
if we're
other thing
asking
is,
for the conservation mix to be seeded by June 28th, then it's just the permanent barrier that
yeah.
has to be done before the end of.
Right.
And I think that's part of like when we approve the plan can include when it's going to be done by. You know? So we might not need to quite specify that.
Okay.
right, a good plan will have that on the details, but
And we'll talk about it. And,
yeah.
If we have to
talk about
approve
at
it,
our meeting.
makes sense.
Okay. So any other conditions anyone wants to add? Any further discussion?
Is the plan, the submitted, plan to show where the house is that part of
Oh, yeah.
the plan? Is that
Yeah,
the
so there's
same deadline?
two plans. Yeah. One plan is for the plan for the permanent barriers, and then requiring a site plan. I guess require the site plan by that date too, right? Like all of these conditions would be on or before June 28th.
Or you could be on the same sheet of paper, right? There's no reason
Yeah.
that it has to be like two separate plans. It's just a plan that shows the updated location of the house with relationship to the 200-foot riverfront area and like a method of demarcating that 200-foot line permanently, beyond which there will be no mowing or vegetation removal.
Yeah, and mention that there is a deed restriction already. So this is just
I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
reinforcing that there's a
I
deed
think that
restriction
helpful. That's really helpful.
as described in the deed restriction book, whatever, page, whatever.
It'll be engaging, I'm sure, for the landowner to understand the importance of that.
Okay, is that more clear, Mitch?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion before we vote on this? Okay. So I will do a roll call vote on the motion to issue an enforcement order, 123 Verde Drive, to the homeowners and Chris Warner with the conditions we just discussed. Rachel,
Hi.
Erica,
Aye.
Kristen,
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
All right, and I am also an aye, so that passes unanimously. So yeah, Mitch will work on that. Chris, you'll get a copy. Homeowners will get a copy. And then once those things are done, then you can reapply for the COC, either for this parcel or, for the entire subdivision, I guess, if you're done with it at that point.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Thanks for sticking through to 9:12 p.m. at our meeting here.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
So next on our agenda, I messed it up and I don't have my agenda open anymore.
Griswold Conservation Area trail maintenance.
Oh yeah. We put that off from the last meeting. Yeah. So we had that site visit with Lincoln and his brother. I was trying to find the agenda here. Okay, so basically what came out of that was Lincoln is going to put together a plan for updating the educational signage and I don't know, he's got all these ideas for like a website or QR codes or like, I don't know, he's gonna like come up with something and then bring that to us and either submit it for us or help us submit for a grant from Mass Forestry. I don't know what it's called exactly, but some kind of forestry grant to implement that. So, and that grant, Kristen, I don't know if you remember, it's like in October or something.
Yeah, I thought he said something about the fiscal year ending at the end of June, similar to a lot of state agencies, and they
Yeah.
tend to issue the monies in the fall or
Maybe
something.
that was
I
October.
forget
Yeah.
what it was, but yeah.
Yeah. So he said he would have something like this summer. Um, I don't know. He knew all the deadlines and everything, so he's working on that. So then the other part is trail maintenance at the site, which um, falls more to us. And we kind of like walked around and looked at, the various wet spots and things like that. And I mean, essentially, I think we just need to decide exactly what needs to be done. He was giving suggestions like for certain areas, um, to build like I don't even know what you call
Water
them.
bar,
Yeah, water bars, but also just like
drainage.
just like a drainage spot, yeah, where the water can just drain off the trail. And he liked our cookie idea. And there's one spot like when you first go in the site and you like go over that little bridge, and it's like a super deep like wetland.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a wetland, it's just a mud pit. And he said that
Mud pit.
he said that whole road, that's the farmer uses that road with his tractor, and he said they originally for that trail they dumped like a whole bunch of like gravel in there, and then it's just kind of like filled in over time on top of the gravel, and that's why most of it's not wet. But he's like, that must have been like right where we stopped filling in the gravel is like where that spot is. So he's like, you could just do that, just like dump a bunch of gravel there, and then eventually it'll all be, the way the rest of that trail is. So he did have like some specific ideas like that, and we talked about like not trails, like bridges in certain spots and liabilities. Like you only have like increased liability if it's over, I forget what he said, like 4 feet off the ground or something. And the really long bridge that's currently there was built by the Boy Scouts apparently originally, and so I actually sent an email to the Greenfield Boy Scout troop to see if they had any interest in anything, but I haven't heard anything back. So I don't know if we can count on the Boy Scouts again, but so that's how the one bridge that's there was originally built. So, that could be like a volunteer project. I would have to imagine there would be some people who would enjoy building a bridge over a stream. If like we bought the supplies, so so that was basically what came out of that site visit. So we kind of just need to come up with a plan of like exactly, what kind of like drainage we want to have installed, and then just find someone to hire to do that. And we can look into I think it's going to be, less than the amount that would be required to get a bunch of bids, because I think that's like $5,000 or something. And in the past, we've gotten so we have to like go to the city council to have them transfer money out of the Griswold account for us to use to do that, if that's the account we're using.
Into our general? Or no?
Yeah, I don't know. I have examples of when it's happened in the past from city council minutes. So we can figure that part out once we get there. But first we have to decide like exactly what we want done and then who we're going to hire to do it. I think is where we're at now.
So do we need like a deadline for when we have to draft something or expect something from Lincoln? Or, I mean, what's our next kind of action item on that?
I mean, he said he was going to work on it and get back to us. So I was just going to follow his lead on that one. I mean, he seemed really excited about it, and you know, like education stuff. And
Do we have a commission specific calendar? You know, I know we're using Google Drive, but 'cause I was just thinking like we could put a reminder in, but then where would we put the reminder?
Yeah,
Right,
I
that's a
don't,
great idea. Just a
I don't
little
think we do.
tickler.
Mitch, what do you think about that existing or
That sounds
implementing?
good. Is that a thing that exists? So like Google Google
The fact that we
Calendar?
have a Google account means we would have access to Google Calendar. We just need to get the sharing set up, and we should all be
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if
able
it's
to do it.
doable, I can do
Awesome.
that.
That'd be
Does that
great.
work for sidewalks too? Or am I,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mitch, how are
sure.
you sending out the invites now? Because those kind of look
I
like
just
Google Calendar invites.
Yeah, I just go to Google Calendar. I don't know if it's like
Oh
a
yeah,
joint thing, but and I just send out invites from there.
yeah.
Is
That'll
that
work.
that's on your like Greenfield Mass account?
Right. Right.
Yeah. So I guess if that, I mean, I don't know if Mitch's entire work calendar needs to be shared
No, I think it
or
would just
like
be a
set up a
public.
new
Yeah,
shared calendar.
definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be helpful. So I don't know if anyone like has the drive to want to start tackling, you know, a plan for exactly what needs to be done at this site. Or, I mean, I don't think it's something we're gonna like sit down in a meeting and go through the entire site inch by inch and figure out what needs to be done. I think someone's probably gonna have to do it and come back, and then we approve it.
Did you Travis, you still have that map, right, that shows some general locations, and was that
Yeah,
updated with any more specifics, or would that be kind of
no.
be part of it?
Yeah, when we went back out at this last site visit, I didn't take any more uh, GPS points because
Yeah.
it was the same things that we had already looked at before.
Okay.
And I did upload, I think I uploaded a shape file of those points. It should be under open space, conservation land documentation, Griswold. Yeah, there's a 2021 1107 trail assessment folder, actually under GTD conservation land. And I have my GPS data in there, and I believe they're Rachel's site visit photos.
Cool.
do
Um,
we have a license for ArcGIS or ArcGIS Online or anything? I mean, can we use Esri products at all with,
that's a good
No, it's the
question.
whole problem with Eric's been trying to get IT to put Arc onto our computers for a few years now. So doesn't seem
that would
like
make it,
that's gonna happen.
that would make it a lot easier if we could have, you know, like a field maps or collector app and just be able to go out there and, you know, whip up some drainage
Oh, I agree.
polygons or something, but
Is there an issue with using QGIS or
I could get it onto my laptop, but getting it onto the work computer just needs an admin password, which IT just has to come in and do. Just put it in.
so is it just the password that's the problem, or is it the cost of Arc?
Well,
We
Is
use
it like a
GIS,
budget
the
thing?
old Arc, right?
I'm not sure what what their issue is. They just haven't been in to set it up, put it into their system.
But you currently have access to Arc 10 point something, right? But just not Pro.
No, I don't have anything.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Wow, we should
'Cause I think if there's no budget for ARC or there's no license, then I could see that really stalling things. But if it's just the matter of getting somebody to get a password, and if that's the problem, then there's workarounds, right? Because there's other open source GIS softwares that we can do everything that we want to do without needing to worry about the licensing.
Yeah, I just can't install anything onto that computer.
Right.
I think the licensing exists, and it's just a matter of getting rated by, on the IT person's priorities.
I was gonna say I'm a state employee, and I know all too well how hard it can be to get the simplest things installed sometimes on a government computer, even if you're like, oh, it's free and just let me do it. It's not always that easy, unfortunately. So, okay. So back to Griswold, I guess. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I just thought that I just remembered from that site visit is we were talking about that one site that's like this really long, marshy, like a really long wet area. Yeah, here's a picture of it. When we were out there with Lincoln, we were talking about, even there were some sites like this where he was saying you could either like cut down some of these smaller trees and like reroute the trail, but then you might kind of run into the same issue where it just gets wet again. Or
Wasn't there like an intermittent stream through there?
yeah, like up here there's like an intermittent stream that
Yeah.
goes through. Or we were saying, you could do like a boardwalk that just kind of like rests on the ground.
Yeah, punching.
This whole thing. Yeah. So that was another thing that we were talking about out there at the site.
Is that right at the beginning?
No, this is
It's
like
deep.
this is like when you're kind of near, you go past the like the field. I don't know. It's back in there.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
I think the way we went, it was kind of before the field, but as you were
Yeah.
heading that way,
Yeah. And we
you could kind of
opposite way.
shortcut it more by going the opposite way and then getting there, I think.
Yeah, you could turn left right before this. And when we went out there
Do
with
any,
Lincoln,
no
we came up that
vehicles
way.
use that? No vehicles use it?
There were tire tracks in there.
Yeah, but Lincoln said those were
Yeah.
his, I think.
Yeah, but he said
And-
they were his from a few years ago.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I don't
And
know.
he said that the farmer who farms
Yeah, I
that
thought
field
the
down
neighbor
there,
farmer.
he said he doesn't come up this far. That's what Lincoln said.
You can see tracks in this photo, actually.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
see them there.
And it's
And a
not
couple of
from a
years ago
bike.
when I was out there, I saw a vehicle. It was with the farmer because he went off, away from Griswold when he was leaving. But there was a vehicle up there.
Hmm.
So
I mean, that's
I
another
mean, I'm
thing
just
is-
thinking if we could boardwalk in,
Yeah.
Yeah,
then
that's a
somebody drive
really good
over it.
point. We talked about that, Erica, because this seems like the classic spot for like a punch-in or a boardwalk, but we were wondering if this is being used by the farmer because we were talking about those vehicle tracks, and that's what
Mhm.
when Lincoln said no, he doesn't think so, but I think that's a really good point, Erica. It obviously looks like it's getting utilized by somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that's another thing is we should also reach out to him at some point. And like, I would say maybe once we kind of have like a draft of a plan, just to like let him know what we're working on. Lincoln was
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was just saying, Lincoln was saying like communication would be good in that situation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, can you repeat what he was getting the grant for specifically?
So that's for like the educational trail with
Right,
like
right.
the
Okay.
spots,
Yep.
the numbered spots. So
Yep.
he wants to like update those, kind of like rewrite some of those things or move them
Got it.
around, and then also he had these ideas for having like some QR codes where he would have like videos of people talking about different things, or I don't know. He has kind
He's
of
really into talking about carbon sequestration.
climate change.
Yeah, kind of,
And,
updating
oh,
that.
yeah. So his part is more like updating education trail, whereas this is more just the physical condition of the trail.
Does anyone know how the internet is out there?
Um, I
Just
think I
thinking for
got
the
signal.
that's good, just for the QR codes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would not be good if you didn't have any signal
Right.
trying to scan a QR code. But I'm pretty sure, well, we were out there last time, not this past time, but when more of us were there, I like downloaded the trail map
Okay,
while
that's
we were
good.
there.
Mm-hmm. And I took a call last time. It was
Mm,
brief, but
mm.
I don't know.
So, yeah.
Did you see that his brother does trail maintenance?
Oh, yeah. His brother does trail maintenance, but his brother lives in California and he has like a whole
Oh,
company where he like brings like 40 people together and they like camp out and then they go do like 10 miles of trails. And so
okay. So
he's like,
he's
oh,
not
too bad I
helpful.
don't live here. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I had an offer from someone to cut down some snags to help with that. So I'd mentioned that. Got an email from someone.
Okay. Do you know if they would be interested in cutting any of the like the logs that are across the trail?
Yeah, I
What
could
they were
ask them,
interested in doing?
see what they said.
I mean, I know people have volunteered and done that in like Temple Woods. I've seen people talk about going up and using their chainsaw to just cut it.
People do that all the time in Highland Park. I think it's
Yeah.
a lot of the mountain bikers or other trails, but I see that all the time. There's
Yeah.
volunteers
There's a
that
tree and
completely
then it's gone.
trails.
He said they'd be happy to help cut away the snags. Won't take much, just a chainsaw and some labor. I'd be happy to help.
Any of the trees that are blocking the path are not completely rotten. Those would make good cookies for the wet spots.
Yeah, or if we have someone really good with a chainsaw, they could function as some of the structure for the getting over the wet spots. If for the larger wet spots, I mean.
Oh, like a bridge, you mean?
Yeah, it's like a stringer for a bridge, or maybe even like I mean, I know it's not necessarily best practice to use natural wood for a water bar for the sort of stop, but if it's what we got and it kind of reinforces any drainage.
I think that's great using some of the existing coarsewoody debris for water bars. I think that's
Mm.
great,
Yeah,
honestly.
I mean, it's going to degrade and then you redo it
Hmm.
like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to dive into the specifics of all that?
Well, yeah, I was gonna like volunteer. I just that's a lot for what
Yeah.
if we consider all the spots. So maybe if we think about taking it like piecemeal, um, then I can definitely offer up. I have a trip coming up, and then but like more in the heat of the summer, I could go up there and start looking at some of the you know initial issues and documenting and writing up solutions, and then is that kind of the phase we're talking about, or is it actually just contacting people to do the work?
Well, I
We,
mean,
we
I
do have to
guess,
we have to document these specific issues a little more specifically, right? In our solutions, and then
yeah. I mean, unless there's someone who wants to come in and,
just do it.
give us an idea of what they would do.
Right.
I don't know. I've never managed a project trail maintenance like this before. So,
I
has
mean,
anyone
I
else
have.
done this like on this like on the commission? Any less like trail maintenance stuff?
Oh yeah, I've done bridges, and for some reason I've never gotten I've done some extensive like drainage stuff, but not water bars for some reason. It was more
Mhm.
sort of like crowning trails and digging the drainage on the side and stuff. But
Yeah. Which
yeah,
that's what he was saying a lot, what you could do like when you're going in the site and you're kind of like going up the hill and it's like wet spot after wet spot. He's like,
right,
if you just like dug down on that one side and then had like a little cut through where the water could get across to the downhill side.
right.
He was like, "Oh, it'll be easy. Just get someone in here and, they'll get them in here with some like light equipment and
Yeah,
they'll dig it up for you." And
yeah. I can definitely commit to a visit and go from there. I just definitely would not commit to addressing all the issues.
yeah.
Because it's a good amount. Definitely a crew thing, if it's the way I remember. So, but yeah, I guess I'll put it on my calendar and then I'll update you all when I do the visit.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I don't know. It just made me think like, how specific do we need to be? Like, can we say like, oh, there are these wet spots that, you know, we need like drainage dug in these spots, and
Mhm.
then, like if we're gonna have volunteers build a bridge, that doesn't have to be part of it. If we're gonna have this volunteer cutting trees across the trail, that doesn't have to be part of it. So really, if all it is just like, hey, there's one spot where we want some gravel dumped and then dig some drainage out on the side of the trail at these other spots, maybe it doesn't have to be all that complicated. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we comfortable having volunteers do like a bridge? Like, is there any like liability or issues around that? I feel like, that's something that I'm sure it's been like Eagle Scout projects and that kind of thing in the past, but I just don't know about like maybe a slightly more of a level of like supervision and or plans or something for bridge.
The bridge that's out there doesn't have like a railing, right? It's a
Yeah.
footbridge, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
And that's what his Lincoln's brother, I don't remember his name, he was saying if it's over a certain amount of feet high, then it has to have a railing for some regulation. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah,
good
I
to
guess.
just be aware of what the standards are. I think it's probably a choice whether to like comply with ADA or like there's probably some regulations that are optional and I know the USDA has their own kind of recommendations for accessible trails that's different from the
That's
building.
something from the DCR too, which I can share on like punch-in and footbridges and trail OMP and stuff like that. If you think that would be helpful, I don't want to clutter our Google Drive with stuff that no one's ever going to read, but if you think that'd be helpful, I can throw it on there.
Yeah, I think we have a folder for
Yeah.
like guidance documents or something.
Okay.
Maybe, administrative documents guidance, maybe.
Should I throw it in there? It's actually just looking at it today. Guidance.
I mean, I guess most of that is Wetlands Protection Act related, but I don't see why it couldn't go in there. Is that where I put?
Or I could throw it in Griswold. I don't know. Where does that make sense? If it even does make sense.
Well,
I'll
it
throw the
wouldn't-
guidance and then you can.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wouldn't be specific to Griswold though, because we might do.
Yeah.
Just do a subfolder in open space, maybe.
Yeah, open space information or something. Right?
Trying to remember where I put the DEP enforcement guidance document. I don't know where I put that. Oh, there's also wetland informational resources. Maybe that's where I put it. Oh yeah, that's where that is. Okay. Well, we still have some more things on our agenda, so are we all good with where we're at on that for now, and we can
Yeah.
talk about this some more later. Okay. So next on our agenda is Greenfield Wetlands Protection Ordinance guidance documents. Has everyone taken a look at that, or do you know what that is?
Know what it is, but I haven't looked at it recently.
Yeah, I'm with you, Fletcher.
Mhm.
I missed our last
And-
discussion when we talked about that in depth as a commission, and I'm a little behind on that.
I'm gonna go to the website. So basically, this was from you know, we said that we were going to accept the state NOI form for projects that needed an NOI only for the Greenfield ordinance. And so we have these like guidance documents, filing guidance. So there's like this RDA one, filing guidance. So these have been updated. I think this one added, you know, and or wetlands protection ordinance. I think it might have been at the end where it was added. So this says in the notes at the bottom, the Greenfield Wetlands Protection Ordinance expands Conservation Commission's jurisdiction to include, this is based on my understanding, so if anyone else has another thing, let me know. Expands the jurisdiction to include protection of 200-foot riverfront area adjacent to intermittent streams, and then it has the quote from the ordinance where it says, rivers, streams, brooks, and creeks, whether perennial or intermittent, lands joining these resource areas out to a distance of 200 feet known as the riverfront area. It expands isolated wetlands. It says resource areas shall be protected whether or not, oh, isolated wetlands, is that what I said? Resource areas shall be protected whether or not they border surface waters. So that's in our ordinance. And then, and vernal pools as defined in the ordinance, regardless of whether the vernal pools have been certified by Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife. That's also in our ordinance too. I think that might be able to be in quotes right there, the regardless of whether. And then it says the ordinance also stipulates at a minimum a 25-foot no disturb zone between resource areas and all altered areas. Contact the agent if assistance is needed to determine whether the Wetlands Protection Act, Greenfield Wetlands Protection Ordinance, or both apply to a project. So that was added to just tell people like, hey, we have this ordinance and this is what it, you know, this is what it covers. And so Mitch updated these, but I was also helping him with my understanding of what the, oh, I have to stop sharing because I can't go back to my previous tabs because they're covered up. And then there's the other one that's notice of intent filing guidance. And so this one also adds, you know, and or wetlands protection ordinance. Form 3, this says that Form 3 should be used when it's within wetlands protection jurisdictional area and a Greenfield wetlands protection jurisdictional area. When it's only within a Greenfield wetlands protection ordinance jurisdictional area, a Greenfield NOI form should be filed instead. And that's what basically we took Mitch took the state form and then added Greenfield wetlands ordinance at the top, which we saw Amherst had done that too. So there was a precedent for that.
I think Plymouth does that as well.
Yeah. And then I think at the bottom, this also has the same language about the wetlands protection ordinance. and what it covers. So one thing that we don't have right now is in our ordinance, it doesn't specify um, filing fees for it doesn't specify filing fees for like if someone was just doing an NOI under our ordinance. And it does say, so this is where it gets a little confusing. Trying to go to the ordinance now. It does say that, let me find it. It says that there can be a consultant fee, which is different.
Yeah, that's
And
third party review. Hadley
then-
charges like $50 for RDAs, and they might even charge $50 for certificates of compliance as well. And then Plymouth charges like $500 just for their ordinance fee, or I guess it's a bylaw because they're not a city, for their NOIs. And then $110 for RDAs. So some towns and cities charge money for various permits.
Yeah. Okay. So I found.
I
Sorry,
thought
go
we had talked about it and waived it for homeowners, but then we were going to charge if they were contractors or
I
builders
remember
and
that too.
stuff.
I
Yeah,
remember
we
something-
had a whole fee. We like reviewed sort of all of our fee structure with Cassie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Not
kind of
Cassie.
remember that too, but
Yeah, but
But
we didn't
I don't know if we
discuss.
finalized
I
it.
don't think we discussed a fee for projects that were only applicable under the wetlands, or sorry, under our city ordinance. And
Right.
and that was where I think, yeah, we looked at it and we decided not to change what was there because we wanted to encourage people to submit RDAs, and we were concerned that if we added a fee, then it would result in more people avoiding the issue by just not submitting one, period.
Right.
So I remember that being part of our discussion, but I don't think we ever discussed like a fee for a project that only fell under the city ordinance.
yeah. And so in the ordinance, it does say that rules and regulations shall be adopted. And then the rules and regulations, these regulations shall reiterate these terms, define additional terms, and impose filing and consultant fees. So, we can vote to update our rules and regulations and include like the fees in there if we want them. The one thing that's a little weird from what I found is that in our ordinance, it says that when we vote to change the rules and regulations, they have to be approved by town council. Whereas I think if that wasn't in our ordinance, I don't think it would have to be approved by town council. I think we could just do it on our own. But because it says in our ordinance that it has to be approved by town council, then I think it does have to be approved by town council. So whoever wrote that made it more difficult, or maybe town council wanted that added in because they didn't want the conservation commission to just be changing things whenever they wanted. I don't know.
Can I ask so say for example, Hadley, they have, a fee schedule that's associated with town filings. So there's the Wetlands Protection Act filings that get split between the town and the state, kind of 50-50, but then they also have additional fees associated with just town filings.
Yeah.
Do you think that helps them pay for an agent? Or, I mean, I don't know what their agent hours and benefits are, but they've traditionally had pretty strong agents. I mean, up until the debacle that happened last year. Janice Stone worked there for years, so
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
I
not
agree
sure
with
where
you,
those
Rachel.
funds would go.
Yeah, I don't know either. And I agree with you 100%, Rachel. We don't want to discourage. I know we're a city, but we're kind of a hill town city. And I don't think that we need to make it more complicated for people to come before the commission, follow the regulatory channels, because it's already kind of confusing just being a Massachusetts resident.
Totally.
Yeah.
But if we could get money for a better paid agent role, that would, I'm sure Mitch wouldn't complain about that. And I don't know how that works, but just something to throw out there.
Yeah, we might need to find out like the Wetlands Protection Act fees that we get have to go into a fund that can only be used for Wetlands Protection Act stuff. But if it's our own city fees, I'm wondering if that goes into like the city general fund and like it doesn't go to us, or if it goes into an account that we specifically. I know that it seems weird, but
It
I've
should go to
read
the
some things
reviewing of
where
those applications, but I don't know.
I know it might be that it. I'm trying to remember because I thought I saw this somewhere, and I thought it might go to like the city general fund, and then it would have to get transferred by city council to the conservation commission afterwards. But I'm not positive on that. I might be remembering something else. So I opened up our rules and regulations here, which our ordinance says can include filing fees and other fees. But our rules and regulations don't have any filing fees in there. So I'm not sure what we were reviewing before with Cassie, or like where those. I haven't been able to find any other document that talks about fees other than like the only fee that I know of is like an NOI fee that's set by the state. The state sets that and how much the cities get from that.
Yeah, I seem to remember like a document that had a comparison. I guess maybe it was a Google sheet. I'm not sure, but I thought it had a comparison of fees, and then I thought I remembered like a menu style sheet that had our own, but it's big.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So that's something more to be looked into, I guess. Something to be looked into more.
I guess, yeah, I don't want to stress this out anymore on this particular meeting, but just curious if people have a general consensus on whether sorry, is the question that should we charge for the local ordinance RDA at all? Or I kind of bounced out for a minute there, so.
Well, basically the item agenda that we're discussing right now is just reviewing the updated documents as they are on the website.
Okay.
And just letting everyone know that those are updated, and if anyone disagrees with how they've been updated, now's the time to discuss that, I guess. And then that just made me think, also there's this whole thing about fees that maybe that's a discussion for another time since it's almost 10 o'clock.
Agreed.
Did you look into the Ayer Groton bylaws on vernal pool language by any chance? I know we talked about that a little bit, but both of those towns have really specific language on, whether pools are certified or not certified, the size, the length of inundation, and whether they're bordering or not bordering or within a jurisdictional resource area, such as the Wetlands Protection Act, but also whether the 100-foot buffer includes developed lawn or pavement. And so, I don't know, it's probably a little verbose, but I know we talked about that, so I was just curious if that's worth looking into more, or are we satisfied with the vernal pool language?
Well, that's probably going to have to, when we start doing our ordinance review and rewriting, that might be a discussion for that.
Okay.
I mean, we're kind of stuck with what we have now because it's quite a process to change it. So, you know, I have to, like, the city's legal counsel has to review it, and city council has to approve it. And I don't know. It's like a whole big thing to change it. So I think our idea was we were going to go through the whole ordinance at once and, you know, make any potential updates. So, and we've put that on the back burner multiple times. I was just going to let you guys know I found this proposed fee schedule in a 2019 meeting folder, which I
Yeah,
think
that
this
looks
is,
familiar.
yeah, I don't know where any of this information comes from or where else it lives, if anywhere, but
So $100 for a residential COC.
so at the top is all the proposed, like what we could charge or potentially charge, and then at the bottom is what we're currently charging.
Right, so usually certificates of compliances and RDAs are free.
Yeah. So basically everything's free down here except NOIs, ANRADs, and a cost of a legal ad for an RDA. That's where we are right now. But
That's kind of steep.
this says notice of intent, but I don't think that would actually cover, it would cover notices of intent where the Wetlands Protection Act and the ordinance apply. But I don't, you know, I don't think it would cover just the ordinance currently. I think that would be free because we don't have
I
any
think it's
specific
not even
fees
on the
for it.
chart, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not.
We don't have any current fees for that because we haven't done it in the past. You know, we haven't actually enforced the ordinance outside of alongside the Wetlands Protection Act. So anyway, this is in the November 26, 2019 meeting, administrative matters.
Can we just drag that out into a folder that's
Yeah.
more generic, and then that way next time we get to it, search is
Yeah.
quicker.
I feel
I
like
bet
that's
the
kind of steep.
minutes also contain some level of detail of what was decided as next steps after our discussion of it.
Well, sorry, what was that?
I was just gonna say, I wonder if the minutes would be helpful from that meeting, just to be like, oh, did we actually like approve that proposed thing and then it just died, or like?
I don't think we did.
I don't think so.
I
Yeah.
don't think we did. I think we discussed them, but there must have been like some next steps. Maybe we weren't sure of what the process was for establishing them.
That definitely could be. 26, 2019. Yeah. Okay. Well, is there anything else we need to discuss on the current guidance documents? Basically, the current guidance documents just say, hey, you also need to file for the Wetlands Protection Ordinance, and here are the times when it applies, but here are the times it applies, and it might not be exactly when the Wetlands Protection Act applies. All right. I'm going to go to our next agenda item here, which is any topics not reasonably anticipated 48 hours in advance of posting this agenda. Mitch, did you have anything that came up?
No, nothing came up.
Okay. Are there any enforcement updates?
Yeah, I sent the cease and desist to Greenfield Community College and invited them to this meeting. which they did not come, but I got
Yeah,
a response.
Oh,
I saw that response.
They
It
said,
was
he
easier,
said,
yeah.
he said he couldn't come to the meeting, but he would stop mowing in that area.
It also seemed to say that they didn't mow it, but maybe
Yeah,
it's just a
that's what it
weird
said.
sentence.
Yeah, they indicated we haven't done it
Said
and we
we
won't do it
haven't and we
again.
won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading that a few times. I wasn't sure if he meant he hasn't since and won't do it in the future. I don't know.
Generous, I think that might be it.
yeah.
Do you need to send a cease and desist to 131 Verde Drive? Construction?
What's that?
Did you say should we?
Yeah, do we need to?
Hmm.
Apparently it's already built.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
I think we need to send a cease and desist because this will be the fourth poor homeowner that has purchased a property from Chris Warner that is in non-compliance and somehow is able to purchase their property and own a house without being aware of that. And I think that's something that is kind of an unexcusable pattern.
Hmm.
Like we had
Mhm.
2 homeowners come in like 2017, 2018. Now these poor homeowners that just bought their house last week and are gonna get an enforcement order. Like
Hmm.
I was so clear on site. I was so clear. Oh, he could only find one of those 3 pins he could show me on site when I was out there.
Are all of these issues that you're talking about right now for the same subdivision? Is he a major,
Yes.
developer, or is it just this one
Yes.
subdivision and he's new to the process and doesn't get it?
He's not new to the process. He's
Yeah.
had this subdivision since like 2005. It's
Well,
the same owner,
2005.
the same developer.
But
Yeah.
he doesn't have like lots of subdivisions. He's not a big time developer.
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
him. I don't know him for any other developments in Greenfield other than this one.
Gotcha.
But this is literally, I think, yeah, the 4th or 5th property that he's been in violation of the time that I've been on the commission.
Yeah.
I see.
And I thought Sarah made it very clear that, we'd sort of let him go because it was expired, but starting now, you had to apply for NOIs for everything you were going to build. And, and then he seemed like he just
That poor
hasn't.
woman that came when Sarah was like before we moved our offices back when it was still on Main Street. And that poor woman that came and she was like crying in our meeting, being
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just spent all this money and I have this cease and desist order and my house isn't inside of my house isn't finished yet. And we were like, okay, you can continue building your house, but like, Chris, you cannot keep doing this. Like, this is the process. This is expired, and for each one of these properties, you need to come before the commission with a plan and get that approved. We were so clear in that meeting,
Yeah.
and this is the 5th time that he has done this. I can't believe that he's constructing on 131. Like after our conversation on site last July, I cannot believe that he would do that. I was so clear.
Is
It's
it that
fine. If you're gonna move the building, that's great. Move the building, resubmit the plan, and we'll issue a permit to complete the building the way that it's on the plan when you have the pins marked. I was so clear.
Maybe he responds to things in writing more than verbal. I don't know. Has any of that been issued in writing? And if he's getting permission from another town agency or board, I can see how that would be confusing for him. Because maybe he doesn't understand that we don't all share files and work together, that we're separate,
Right. So when he says tonight in the meeting that we signed off on it, if he responds well to things in writing, where is that piece of paper that we signed off on? Like, then he needs to come to us and be like, here's the paper with your signatures. He doesn't have one because we never signed anything.
Not from us, maybe from the building department, but not from the Concom. So I'm just saying, like,
It's not us.
I don't know if he means the agent signed off on the building permit.
That's what I took it as. I was wondering if we should ask Eric about it.
I have
Yeah.
a, not
Mhm.
here on this computer, but I have a list of building permits that were signed off on.
That would have to
I
happen.
could see if
And
it's on there.
I've seen that happen in other towns too, where the Concom agent will sign off without realizing, or that's when they catch an enforcement.
Mhm.
In
Could you
both of those
check that, Mitch?
situations.
Yeah. Well, that was why I was wondering about that cease and desist that I had sent her. No, that was noted before. What was it for? Because that would have been in writing, and it sounds like he didn't comply with it. You know, I mean, depending on what properties it was for.
And if we haven't if we haven't issued a certificate of compliance for 131, it's in exactly the same standing as what we just looked at, which means that there is
Mhm.
an open, expired order of conditions on the property that clearly states that no work except for what is listed on the plan associated with the order of conditions can happen. And that's been violated again. So now we're in exactly the same position because he failed to come in and ask for the partial order of conditions for that property as well, even though he asked for 2 partial orders of conditions for properties that don't have any wetlands on them a year and a half ago.
Mhm.
It's
I was
I
curious
can't
about
see
that.
this in any other way other than evasion. Like I think he is consistently evading, like working with us.
Mhm.
He's intentionally not following when we lay out things very clearly, like what the process is.
So I'm wondering if Mitch has a list of things that the agent has signed off on. Should we, I mean, I'm wondering, like, should we have him check that list and see if it was signed off on, and maybe go out to the site to see, or, like inspect it to see if it looks like there's disturbance in the riverfront area, or I don't know. I don't know
I
if we need
think
to do that first.
regardless of whether there's work in the riverfront area, if there's an open order of conditions that's expired and there's further work done on the property, it's the same violation. It's violation number 1. There's work that's being done on the property that is not in accordance with the order of conditions that he has. And he has not completed the order of conditions. Like he's not gotten that checked off. So I think that's obviously a concern of mine. Like I'm very much concerned about that. He couldn't show me the pins when I was out there. So it's great that we have this piece of paper from Ward. And I assume that Ward would have reflagged those pins or refreshed those pins when he did that, because that's what I said needed to happen when I was standing out there and showed him the date on the plan that said that the delineation was done in 2005 and it was 2021. And I was like, these need to be refreshed by a wetland scientist. But none of us have seen them since then, because there wasn't any site visits out there since then.
Mhm.
And it is a shame. Like if an agent signed off on a building permit for a property that is currently out of violation, then that's a mistake. I still think that we need to follow through with Chris directly in order to save some poor future homeowner from having to go through the same thing that 3 other homeowners have gone through already on that street.
So I'm wondering if we send a cease and desist, like what language we should include along with that. Obviously, like cease all work, but would it then be like,
And being very clear on what is expected in terms of moving forward, since it hasn't happened clearly 4 or more times before. So what is the process moving forward? You should file an RDA. You should file an after the fact NOI. You should whatever. Be very specific.
I think part of it is like we tell him that we want something changed, and he makes the change either in his head or somewhere, and then just thinks that we're just gonna believe him, and so he doesn't, never comes back. He just thinks that he can just go ahead and do it because he thought in his head he made the change. I don't know.
I kind of agree with you, Erica. I'm not sure he's nefarious and he's avoiding us. I don't know. I don't know him. I'm new to the commission. I'm the youngest commissioner, you know, not in age, but in term here. So I don't know. But I want to believe he's not deliberately evading him.
Well, I think he's just, I don't know. I think he just always thinks that he's not doing anything wrong, and he just keeps, even though we keep telling him he is, he doesn't seem to get it. He doesn't seem to get
She's
it.
that naive.
You know, yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I
And
think a cease and
maybe
desist. I mean, can we a cease and desist with like updated plans? Like there aren't any updated plans in the drive, right? Am I wrong? Like, are there plans that show the
I
house
can-
and all of the grading and the work like completely outside of the 200-foot riverfront area?
I don't think I found that when I looked.
Probably not, because he didn't upgrade the plans for 123 when he moved the house 40 feet. So,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
I think if we take him at his word that he moved the house so that it is completely outside of that all the work is completely outside of the riverfront area, then it seems reasonable to ask him to cease and desist and apply for an RDA. He already has the delineation done. He's already paid for it. He has everything that he needs. And then the RDA is the process by which we look at those plans and we say, okay, you're right. You're not disturbing any of these, you know, any of the resource areas. This is a valid plan. And then we can give him we can approve the RDA and he can continue his construction. I like that idea. I mean, I think that gives him the
awesome.
benefit of the doubt as well. If we state that in the cease and desist letter, like there's a method to, to have this approved and to have us check it over and for you to show us that that what you say is correct. And this is what it's called.
And then that determination will be recorded and will be attached to the deed, and those wetland boundaries will be attached to the deed, and it will be clear to the landowner in the
Exactly.
future where those no-touch boundaries are.
Exactly. And there will be
Mhm.
actually a paper document that he can show us that has our signatures on it.
Right.
As opposed to the one that just exists in his head.
Yeah.
Do we want to wait for Mitch to look for the
Yeah.
building permit first to see if there's a agent signature on there?
Yeah, it
that
sounds
would
like we need to do some research. I'm sorry, Rachel.
I just think that complicates things. Like I still think we still have the issue that there's this open OC. Like if the agent signed off on the building, that kind of sucks.
Agreed.
Yeah. So I was looking at this before and I didn't see this earlier, but this does say that the wetland delineation was by Ward Smith down here. And it has the updated date, July 30th, 2021. So this doesn't show where the house is, but
I was gonna say, yeah, that's great, but it doesn't show
yeah,
building.
I
was just
remember
looking.
So
Yeah.
nobody ever reviewed that, Travis. Like none of
Yeah.
us went back out to the site to look at those flags. There's
Mhm.
And the
That's
house
great.
wasn't shown. There weren't even like pins like staked out for the limit of work. So that was what we talked about, I think, when I saw that in one of the meetings when I was brand new. And it didn't have a limit of work. It had the resource areas, but no limit of work. So
yeah. I think a cease and desist with an RDA, a request for an application for an RDA is totally appropriate, and I think that's good that it gives him like an RDA has a name, it has a clear, like there's a form attached, like I think those are maybe right. And maybe we need to be better about like communicating over email with like bullet list points
And
with him, like
we could
what actually
include
needs.
we could include like an RDA application with the letter.
Are we sure there are no he's outside of buffer zone and riverfront area and that it won't be an NOI? Should we state clearly an RDA if it's this and it would be an NOI if it's that, so that he knows?
Well, I mean, if it's an RDA, we can issue a positive determination
That's true.
and say
It'll just
that
be
an
longer.
NOI is needed.
That's true. Good point.
That's what I was saying. Give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Like he's coming to the meeting telling us that he's outside of all resource boundaries without having any way of showing it to us or proving it to us. And so give him the benefit of the doubt. And like, if he comes to us with an RDA and it's obvious that he's not, then we say no. Actually, now you actually need to send us an NOI.
Oh gosh, I hope that's not the case.
I hope it's not the case too, but like, yeah, I don't know.
So, so it sounds like the language would be something like, cease and desist all work. I mean, I don't know if can we like demand that he do an RDA, or would it just be like commission, I don't know. Can we require it, or would we say that we would like him to submit an RDA to show an updated plan showing that building, no disturbances were completed within the resource areas? I don't know.
Well, he can't continue work until he proves it to us or whatever. I mean, so however he wants to do that.
That's
There
kind
are
of what
resource areas
RDA
on the
is.
lot.
Sorry,
Rachel.
I'm
I keep
Kristen.
talking at the same time as you. I'm sorry, Rachel.
Go ahead, Kristen. Go ahead,
Kristen, what did you
Kristen.
say?
I don't even remember what I said. I don't even remember. What did you say, Rachel?
I said that's kind of what an RDA is, right? It's like
That's
a
well,
plan
that's
and enough
that's what I'm saying.
information to show that you're not disturbing any resource areas.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, was that he can't do anything until he proves it, so that would be an RDA. I mean, if he can make that connection.
Are you concerned with the language, Travis, that we don't actually have the authority to like require somebody to, so that should we bullet out all of the things that are required for an RDA separately instead of using the term RDA?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like I saw something about like, or I can't remember if it was like when I talked to Tom at DEP, or I don't know. This whole project is, this Verde Drive stuff has been very complicated, and I've been like reading all these different things,
Yeah.
and
Nightmare.
I just thought I came across somewhere where it was like, you can't force someone to do an RDA, but if they, if they don't do one and then they needed an NOI, then it would be an enforcement against, an enforcement order.
Sounds right to me.
So
Could we ask?
I mean, we could
Mitchell.
ask for plans, like as requested in 2021, whatever, provide plans showing that work is outside. I mean, it wouldn't have to be like an official RDA, I guess, if that's what we want to know. And then if it is
Well,
with,
I think it depends if we want to link this enforcement order to the original order of conditions or not, right? I think if we're linking it to the original order of conditions, which states that no work should be done except for the roads that were shown, then I think we can ask for whatever we want, because whatever we need in order to know that the resource areas are great, right? So I think if the enforcement order is in relation to the fact that he has an order of conditions, has not provided us with a plan, we also don't know if the pins are in place. We all, like, we have,
Mhm.
there's all the other orders in that open order of conditions that we have no way of verifying exist or not,
Mhm.
are in compliance.
I'm curious what the previous cease and desist on the other properties, you know.
Yeah.
There's a
Well, that was
folder.
why I asked.
Is this something that's going to take a little bit more research that we're not going to solve tonight?
Well, I think it depends on if it's like if it's a cease and desist letter, I think that's I don't know. In my mind, that's easier to do than like an enforcement order, you know, a second enforcement order.
Yeah.
Oh, here I found
There's the
I'm
whole
just
folder
concerned.
of Verde Drive subdivisions.
oh, there's a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
I found one from 2018, 6/14/18 Verde Drive cease and desist. It has come to the attention of the Conservation Commission that activities on the property are in violation of the Wetlands Protection Act. Based on the site inspection, the commission has determined homes have been constructed in jurisdictional buffer zones. So that one was actually like in a buffer zone without an approved notice of
At least
intent.
2 houses that were where the construction was into the buffer zone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then it says at the bottom, please cease and desist all construction activities. The Conservation Commission will be discussing these violations at their next meeting on June 26, 2018, and invites you to attend this meeting. And then it says when the meeting is, the commission appreciates your cooperation on this issue and looks forward to discussing it with you. Please feel free to contact the agent in the conservation office. So that one didn't like require anything. It just said, we're going to talk about this at our next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Well, it wasn't an enforcement order, that was a cease and desist.
yeah, that's
yeah.
what you were saying was a cease and desist, but I don't know if you meant enforcement order earlier about 131.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, yeah, if we don't know that there's something in violation, I don't know. I'm getting really confused with the fact that, like, that the order of conditions is expired.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
That's-
if the order of conditions is expired and then obviously is also out of compliance, like, is the appropriate response there a cease and desist or an enforcement order?
We talked about that last meeting too. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, we decided to issue an enforcement order.
Well, I mean, there wasn't anything to cease.
Right. And that's what I'm worried about with this one. If this
Yeah,
house
it
is
could be
completely
done
built,
already.
is it? I mean, and does it on the market? Is he getting ready to sell it? And I'm going to have another homeowner that's going to be pissed off because they have to do something as soon as they move in. You know.
So would the cease and desist kind of halt a sale?
Yeah, I don't
Or
know.
would it just halt site
Do we
work?
have any control over that? That you can't, saying that you can't sell this until you complete stuff.
I don't know if we
I don't know
can,
if we have that.
I think that's a
I don't know if
question
we
for a
have that.
lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we
Yeah.
can't decide this tonight. I don't know.
Yeah,
It is
I
getting a
think we
little
should
late.
just send a cease and desist letter now so that he knows that if the site is under construction, it needs to end. Like between now and
Mhm.
next meeting, he needs to not do any work there.
my,
And the cease
my
and
vote is,
desist,
oh, go ahead, sorry, I thought you finished.
the cease and desist letter can say that he needs to come to our next meeting with updated plans, showing the location of the house in relation to the boundaries. And when he comes to the next meeting, we can be like, so you do realize that you have the same order of conditions for this property that is also still unresolved and you're about to put
And maybe we
and then
should.
we could really talk
Maybe
about it with him.
Mitch can take a drive through and
I was
see
gonna say we should just ask
see
for
where
an
he's at. Maybe.
updated plan immediately and have Mitch take a visit. And if it's pinned and we look at it and it's okay, then there's not really
Maybe
a
ask
reason
him.
to send a cease and desist. But I just think that before we go with the more official, somewhat adversarial approach, we could determine whether he is really, still building, or is it built? Is it over? Is it not over? And then we could easily next meeting send a cease and desist, or granted the lag time could result in a disturbance in a resource area, but it sounded from what he said like that what's done is done already. So
What's 2 weeks given if
I know.
the house is erected, what's 2 more weeks?
Mm. Well, and I know,
but I
I
think
would
it's
take him at his word.
completely reasonable to say, listen, we understand that there was some confusion on your end, but could you please send us an updated plan immediately that shows how your as-built house is not in the resource area?
I think it needs more punch. I think a cease and desist letter that asks him to come to the next meeting with an updated plan is like not over the top. It's not an enforcement order.
I'm not saying it's necessarily over the top. It just sounded like he was sort of like cooperative, even though, he seems to have moved around a few things in the past, but like, it seemed like he was cooperative enough that might work. But I see your point. If he's not, or if he just kind of puts it off, then
I guess it depends if we feel like how urgent we feel it is, because we could do what Fletcher's saying, and then if he doesn't comply with that, then a cease and desist, and if he doesn't comply with that, then an enforcement order. Like we could escalate like that if we want.
Well, I mean, I think maybe a season. I drove around there before the site visit, and I don't remember what house it was, but somebody right in that area, one of those 3 houses, was cutting down trees. They'd already taken down like 4 trees. So, if that's 131, then
Yeah, I will say
they're
that
doing stuff like that
think
now.
I think there
Mitch
are
was
some
just out
trees.
there on Monday. Like, Mitch, did you notice what was happening next door? Like what the condition of the site was that was right next door?
I don't remember which house it was. It might have been further down. I don't remember exactly.
I wasn't really
The
looking
one
at
that
it.
we're talking about now is adjacent to the one that that was just sold. So like, what was there like an active construction site or another house already built?
Yeah, there's another house there.
There's another house like in
You can
finished
kind of
condition?
see. Do you know if it's the one north of the site or south?
should be southwest. I think.
South. I was looking at the ortho and
Okay.
it's clear. I was looking at the 2021 ortho on Mass Mapper when he was speaking, when he said it was finished, and in the ortho it looks like there's a cleared kind of like front part of the lot is cleared on the ortho.
I
Back up again if you want.
I do know when I was looking at this about the tree cutting, I know there are some trees on some of these sites that are outside, like the trees extended past the riverfront area on some of the lots. So it would definitely
that
be
may
worth
be.
looking at where those trees are. Like they may or may not be in
Mhm.
the riverfront area. I know this site, it seems like riverfront area extends to the edge of the trees, but the trees were kind of like going at an angle, I think. And I've spent too much time looking at Verde Drive lately.
Yeah.
Mm.
Seems like we need to do a little research too and just figure out what exactly we have in our files. Right? I mean, what's been approved.
Mitch, do you have a rough ETA on when you might be able to check for that building permit, and also when you might be able to get to Verde Drive next?
I can check tomorrow.
Awesome.
Though I'll say the records aren't too complete, so it'll be up in the air if there's something for that, but I'm sure someone has it. If Mark Snow has it or whoever.
Okay.
They can go to Verde whenever.
When are you back in the area?
I'll be there tomorrow.
Okay.
What should I be looking for? Yeah.
The 131 lot to see if it's pinned along
Okay.
where the that plan shows, the wetland delineation shows, and then if the construction has crossed over that line,
Okay.
or not just
And I think
construction,
where the construction
disturbance.
is.
Yeah.
There's no
It
buffer
wasn't-
zone on that lot, right? It's just riverfront area.
I think the
On the
buffer zone was to the
131?
north. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right. So for tonight, for what we're gonna have Mitch do before our next meeting.
Yeah, because we would need to vote to send out a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I think I'm kind of leaning more towards the just ask for an updated plan and then see what happens. And then maybe at our next meeting, an enforcement order if we don't get it or if it doesn't seem to be what we need, or I don't know.
Shouldn't we be issuing an enforcement order anyway for the order of conditions that was still open and violated? The same exact thing that we just looked at today,
Yeah. I mean,
regardless of whether the house is still under construction or not.
yeah. I also think like we have the thing in our agenda for like things that didn't come up before the meeting, but I don't know. I mean, if it's not like an emergency to issue it.
Oh no, I'm not saying to do that now. I'm not saying that we
yeah.
should issue another enforcement order now.
Yeah.
But I think by next meeting, I
Yeah.
think next meeting, he needs to show up with a plan, and at the same time, I think we need to issue the same enforcement order because it's the exact same thing. And I think it's also confusing if we're not consistent.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, so maybe maybe a cease and desist doesn't matter if we're gonna issue an enforcement order anyway. I don't know.
I mean, unless he's actually building in the resource area. I mean, which he swears he's not, but we don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the thing for me. Like, if we knew he was building in riverfront area or was actively disturbing it, then I think I would be all on board for a cease and
Okay,
desist.
so
could-
can we authorize Mitch to drive past and issue a cease and desist if it's not if it's not clear to him that everything is outside of all of the regulatory boundaries. If he can't find 3 pins and it's not clear that everything is out and there's active construction, then we authorize Mitch to issue a cease and desist. And if it seems like there's either no work happening, like it's that finished, and or like all 3 pins are there, then we send him an email saying, you realize that 131 is in exactly the same condition and we need to issue the same enforcement order that we just did for 26, and can you show up at the next meeting to discuss that?
With plans.
With
current
updated plans of the house, exactly.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good
So
motion.
that was what I was trying to get at the beginning of the meeting with the one for today, and he said, "Oh, it's on there." And I said, "Well, but you couldn't see exactly where the house was placed."
Yeah.
And then he said it was 40 feet. It was 40 feet moved. So,
Yeah.
Was that a motion, Rachel? Or was that?
Motion to authorize Mitch to either issue a cease and desist letter or request Chris's presence with an updated plan at the next meeting, depending on what he finds out on site tomorrow or whenever he can get there.
Second.
Very conditioned motion, but
All right.
I don't know. Mitch, I don't want to lack you into going there tomorrow. What happens if something goes wrong? Your car
Yeah.
breaks down.
Yeah.
Can I go check it out without scheduling that with him?
See, that's
You go back there?
another thing is like,
Yes, there's an open order of conditions on the site.
oh yeah, I guess there is an open order condition.
You can,
I guess.
yeah, and you can go walk in the woods, you know, by the
Okay.
stream or something.
It is
And I
in
thought the
orders.
commission,
Yeah,
It
the
is in the
order of
orders.
thought
conditions.
commission-
There's an open
Good.
order of conditions on the site. We have access.
Okay, so
Expired
the-
though.
Well, it is expired, but
That's the
it's
thing.
not closed
Kind of
out because
assuming that
he
it's
doesn't
not.
have a certificate of compliance, so it's not closed out yet. So it's still open, even though it's expired.
Open but expired, yeah.
Yeah. So Rachel, a motion by Rachel to do all those things that she said, seconded by Fletcher. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, then we'll do a roll call vote on that one. Rachel,
Aye.
Erica,
aye.
Kristen,
Bye.
Fletcher,
Hi.
and I'm also an aye, so that passes unanimously. Okay. Good luck, Mitch. We'll see what happens.
Can't wait to be done with this.
Oh yeah. So I don't think we ever finished talking about Greenfield Community College and if are we just
So we
like,
did.
I think we just need to follow up, right?
well,
Or
I guess
double check, I mean.
we didn't decide if there were going to be any next steps or anything.
Coming to the next meeting?
No, they're done with us.
That was
I
supposed to
think
be this meeting that they were going to come to.
I think we should just put it on the calendar to check, you know, once the grass grows up and
Yeah, just make sure, keep an eye on it.
yeah.
Okay. Project monitoring, correspondence, and site visit scheduling. Anything else in there?
Yeah,
Mitch?
there's something for correspondence. It's in the drive. It's just a letter about a herbicide application that they notified us about.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Railroad. Formal notification. Herbicide application by Pan Am Railways. May 1st, 2022 and conclude on or about August 15th, 2022.
Got some roundup, some on-site, some what's the other stuff? Or open site rather, milestone. Cocktail.
Oust extra. I guess we can download their yearly operational plan from their website there.
Are they required to notify us prior to application because of an order associated with their approved annual operation and management plan or vegetation management plan or something? Is this a requirement?
I think so. I just don't know if it's
Yeah, I mean, at the
exactly
top,
to what you.
at the top it says in accordance with the pesticide board regulations and Massachusetts General Law, Section 6B.
So that doesn't specify any wetlands filing, so then I'm assuming that it's a no.
Yeah, I think.
Remember when they came before us and showed a map of all the areas that were being, was it just the areas that were next to wetlands that they were spraying, or? Can't remember. Does everybody remember that presentation?
I kind of remember that they were,
It was the same thing, but
I remember them coming, but yeah, I don't remember exactly.
I just don't remember whether it was associated with a wetlands filing or what.
I think they might not have to.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Okay. So they meet the exemptions. It'd be nice if they stated that in the letter.
Yeah, I don't think it's but yeah, I mean, I think this is just notifying that they're notifying us of the date when it's commencing. And I guess they came and talked to us about it before, which we all kind of vaguely remember. So I think that was just like a formality where they had to let us know before they started. Oh, there was a
Did they come and talk about it because they do it right along that railroad that goes right by the well field? That's our water source, and they came and talked to us about it. Did that have something to do with it?
I don't know. I hope not.
Oh, it seemed like that was, I don't know.
there was an RDA March 29th, 2021 for Pan Am Railways for they were requesting verification of sensitive areas as they pertain to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act.
That might have been what I'm remembering.
It says the application of herbicide is regulated by the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. The enclosed RDA is for verification of sensitive areas only and not application of herbicides. The verification was last done in 2016. There may be minor revisions based on field observations over the last 5 years. So yeah, they came to us last year to get an update on verifying the wetlands. And it sounds like they don't have to get permission to do the application. That's regulated by Department of Agricultural Resources or whatever that said.
So they're just outside the WPA then, unless I'm not grasping the whole thing.
Yeah, I think it's exempt because it's regulated by the other thing.
Yep.
I actually came across that recently too when looking at stuff about utilities and exemptions, and I mean, I know it's not a utility, but I think I came across that. Okay. Unless anyone has anything else, I think that is the end of our agenda. One of those long meetings. We haven't had one of these in a while, you know.
With no public hearings today either.
Not this long, at least. Yeah.
No, I thought this was going to be a nice, easy, short meeting.
Oh, I did not think it was going to be that.
Sort of insinuated from Mitch's like, could you make an effort to review these materials ahead of time? It's like an indication that maybe
Mitch and I have been going back and forth talking about stuff, trying to figure things out.
10586A, notwithstanding the provisions of whatever, certain activities or areas are grandfathered or exempted from requirements. Oh, that's for the riverfront area specifically, but rail line is in there.
We'll say
pre-existing development stuff.
in the RDA they submitted in 2021. They included it. It's 10. Sorry, this doesn't look familiar to me. It's not like this is the 1987 regulatory revision, so this isn't what I'm normally used to seeing when I open up the Wetlands Protection Act. But they attached that to their RDA application, and there's a section on impacts of herbicides application. I don't know, for whatever that's worth.
So I didn't mean to derail this. My search finally showed something here in the.
Yeah, and this isn't an exemption either. I'm not even, and I'm not reading it because it's several pages long, but I'm just saying it's in the file.
Well, I'd like to think if they built a new railway, they would be involved through Greenfield.
It's true. So we don't have to vote on this. It's just they're just notifying us.
I don't think so, yeah.
Okay, I'm closing that.
Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second it.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Rachel, seconded by Fletcher. Sorry, Erica, you lost out on that one. And there's no discussion on that motion. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Hi.
All right, I'm also an aye. Then it's unanimous.
Give you all a heads up. There's going to be a little leaf blower banning petition coming around soon. In case anybody wants to sign, let me know.
What's a leaf blower banning petition?
Petition for
Like
Greenfield.
for an ordinance to
Yeah.
not allow them or something.
Oh,
Not related to
for-
wetlands.
No, not related to
For
wetlands. I just thought y'all might be interested. What's that? It's not a citizen's
Is it-
petition.
you're talking about-
What's that?
Is it like household or is it like the DPW kind of
Blanket ban.
blanket
Ah.
everything?
Interesting because
I'm personally not. I was up for like strict limitation. That's my. That's what I support. But the person who was kind of leading it wants to start with full ban and then negotiate down. So I took a little video the other day of Snow's landscaping. Spent about a half hour with two leaf blowers on full blast, blowing.
We lost Fletcher's audio here.
Oh no.
Snows is the worst. They're,
Headphones
they're like
died.
stuck in
Blowing leaves
1989.
is like they were stuck in the bushes and they were blowing them out of the bushes with these leaf blowers on full blast for a half hour to get them into a pile to then I don't even know if they removed them.
Yeah.
But
Is
mean,
it gas powered or is it
Oh, yeah.
blanket electric and gas powered?
It's a good point. I think it's both, but is there an electric leaf blower? Does that exist?
Oh my God, yeah.
I think so,
Oh,
Yeah, I
really?
have one. It's the best thing ever. And electric
Wow.
tools reduce your carbon footprint of your landscape tremendously, and they're so much
Yeah.
quieter.
Well,
We have an
rakes
electric
are the best
chainsaw,
way to reduce
you
your carbon
can't
footprint.
tell, like next door. It's amazing.
Rakes
Don't
are the
get an
best.
electric lawnmower
Rakes are the
because
best way to reduce your carbon footprint.
It's
And
one of the best
replanting
ways
lawn.
to reduce your carbon footprint is not have any gas powered lawn maintenance, landscape
Yeah.
maintenance, anything. Go
Well,
all
lithium batteries are nasty though, so I mean it's.
yeah.
yeah,
Just don't rake your
But I
lawn.
totally
That's
agree
what
that
I
it's
do.
better than.
I
Yeah, there you
could
go.
not.
Let the grass
My,
die.
my electric lawnmower was a nightmare. A nightmare. I eventually had to just throw it away.
But even with the even with the electric powered ones, like when they blow all the detritus, because it picks up everything. It's not just leaves. It picks up the detritus. So let's say you sprayed some Roundup down, it's dried out, and then they come through and spray. It comes. I don't have any allergies to anything, but when it comes into my windows, in the summer, I get like instant allergic response. And picture them kicking it down into the wetlands, which is the favorite place for people to throw stuff, yard waste. Anyway,
Yeah,
so I'll let you
No,
know
it's
when
good.
that exists.
It's different what your intentions are. I'm more familiar
Yeah.
with the bands because of the noise nuisance. Because it
Right,
is
right.
it is an incredible noise
Yeah,
nuisance.
man, noise.
I think that's I agree, and it's constant.
You can
I think.
avoid that by banning gas powered ones, but
I like it.
But it sounds
Yeah,
like
that'll
it's
be
a multifaceted intention there.
yeah.
Well, I'm interested in seeing that petition. We literally just talked about getting a leaf blower today, and I was trying to convince my partner not to get one. So it's
Go electric,
ammo.
like Rachel said. They have those nice big landscape rakes. Have you seen those? Like
We have a
Four-
quarter
10 feet
acre.
wide.
It's like,
Oh,
just
wow.
use your hands. Come on.
Yeah.
It's a small yard. It's Greenfield.
I have a
Downtown.
new, like a modern new reel mower, like a Remington
Uh-huh.
brand reel mower, push mower, no motor at all. I love it. It takes me
Nice.
45 minutes to mow my lawn and I get exercise. It's fabulous.
My
I
Newton
like
was
that.
a nightmare. It took me 3 hours. It lit on fire. It broke in half, the whole frame, and then the blades flew off. Finally, I
Wow.
was like, enough with
Sounds
this
deadly.
electric
Oh,
mower.
no,
It's
this one
11.
doesn't have a motor. It's a push mower.
I
Yeah.
like that. I like that. All right.
And it's awesome. I love it.
All right, we're delirious. It's almost 11, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I gotta go to bed.
bounce.
Right.
Good
Wait.
to
We
see you
don't have
guys.
to
Welcome
Everybody.
back.
anymore.
Good night.
All
Good
right.
night.
Everyone.
Good
See
night.
ya.